சார் கேஆர் சார் சொல்லிட்டாரு. Hello. Please wait for another 5 minutes. We are waiting for the secretary and correspondent, sir. So we will start the program within 5 minutes. Sir. Yeah. Today's chief guest, Dr. Moidin Abdul Kader sir, is on live. Please wait for another couple of minutes. We are waiting for the secretary. I kindly request you to wait for another 2 minutes.
Sir, our chief guest also available in the meeting, sir.
Okay. Please. Other chief guest, Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Professor Pratipta Banerjee, Ravichandran is also online. I kindly request them to wait for another couple of minutes. We will start the program very shortly.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. A very good morning to one and all gathered here. On behalf of the PG and Research Department of Commerce, on my own behalf, I welcome you all. Today, we have gathered here in this very special occasion, that is the International Seminar on Service Sector in India, Making New Avenues in Indian Economy, organized by the PG and Research Department of Commerce. An auspicious beginning is required for every special occasion. So let us all praise the Almighty. Now I invite Mr. Muhammad Tanzir of 2nd MCOM to recite a few verses from Holy Quran.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أفلا ينظرون إلى الإبل كيف خلقت وإلى السماء كيف رفعت وإلى الجبال كيف نصبت وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت فذكر إنما أنت مذكر لست عليهم بمسيطر إلا من تولى وكفر فيعذبه الله العذاب الأكبر إن إلينا إيابهم ثم إن علينا حسابهم صدق الله العليم. السلام عليكم.
Thank you, Tansir. Now I invite Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, the head, Department of Commerce, to welcome the gathering.
Very pleasant good morning to all of you. Revered Secretary and Correspondent, most respected Treasurer, respected Assistant Secretary, beloved Dr. K.N. Abdul Qadir Nihal, Member, College Management Committee, respected Principal, respected Vice Principal and Additional Vice Principal, beloved Dr. K.N. Muhammad Fazil, Director, Hostel Administration, respected Miss J. Hajira Fatima, Director, Women Hostel, learned colleagues, today's Chief Guest, Dr. Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir, Auditor, Singapore, resource persons for various technical sessions, Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Professor, Department of Cooperatives, College of Business and Economics, Polo University, Delhi, Ethiopia, Professor Pradipta Banerjee, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, Zito Hanko Birsa University, Purulia, West Bengal, Dr. A. Ravichandran, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Satyavati College, University of Delhi, Ashok Vigar, Delhi. Dear participants from various institutions and my dear student friends, I welcome you all for this international seminar on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy. Let me first welcome the Honorable and most revered Secretary and Correspondent, Dr. A.K. Haja Najmuddin. He is the man of noble heart and he is the captain to all of us. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome the most respected Treasurer, Haji M.J. Jamal Muhammad Sahib, Treasurer. He is a well-wisher of our department and encourages all activities of the department. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome Dr. K. Abdul Samad, Assistant Secretary, and Dr. K.N. Abdul Qadir Nihal, Member, College Management Committee. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome our beloved Principal, Dr. S. Ismail Muhyiddin. He is the source of inspiration and energy and well-wisher not only to me, but also to the staff members in the department and the constant encourager for all departmental activities. I welcome you, sir. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming the chief guest for today's inaugural session, Dr. Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir. Our resource person is a registered public accountant and practicing chartered accountant of Singapore. He has successfully passed the professional examinations of the Institute of Singapore Chartered Accountants, ISCA, in first attempt. I am very happy to say that our resource person is an illustrious alumnus of our college and also our department. He is the president of Jamal Muhammad College Alumni Association, Singapore chapter, who actively involves in social activities at various levels. Our chief guest, Dr. Moideen Abdul Qadir studied Bachelor Degree of Commerce in Jamal Muhammad College during 1982 and 85 and secured first place in the college. He has a master's degree majoring in accountancy and a doctorate in management studies. He has passed the professional examinations of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and qualified as a chartered accountant. He is a practicing member of the Institute of Singapore Chartered Accountants, ISCA. He is an accredited tax practitioner, income tax approved by the Institute of Accredited Tax Professionals. He is a fellow member of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, UK. Fellow member of the Association of International Accountants, UK, and fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He is also a member of Certifying Practicing Accountants, CPA of Australia. Dr. Qadir is the founder of Qadir & Co., a professional firm of chartered accountants in Singapore. His professional experience and the expertise spans more than 30 years in the fields of auditing and assurance, taxation, business advisory, accounting and financial reporting, financial management, company formation, company laws, education and training, and management consulting services. Dr. Qadir is also an associate lecturer in accounting and finance for degree courses offered by British, American, and Australian universities in Singapore. He has been teaching in renowned Singapore educational institutes since 1994. The various modules taught by him covers almost all the subjects relevant to managerial decision making in reputed internationally renowned universities like University of Bradford, University of Wales, Country University in the United Kingdom, RMIT University, University of Newcastle, University of Wollongong, Australia, University of South Australia, National University of Ireland, Dublin, Northeastern University, United States of America. I take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest and also thank him for readily accepting our invitation. I welcome you, sir. The postgraduate and the research department of commerce is organizing a one-day international seminar on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy, which is a much needed one in the current scenario. The service sector, also called the tertiary sector, is the third of the three traditional economic sectors. It includes retail, include retail, banks, hotels, real estate, education, health, social work, computer services, recreation, media, communications, electricity, gas, and water supply. The service sector is an important part of the economy. The growth of services sector in India is a unique example of leapfrogging traditional models of economic growth. India has the fastest growing 9.2% in 2015-16 service sector in the world, with the lowest share of services employment, 28% in 2014, contributing about 66% to the Indian GDP. The current growth of service sector in India is based mainly on labor market arbitrage. Moving forward, India can no longer rely on low cost for low value added services. Many sector businesses focus also on what is called the knowledge economy. They need to keep ahead of other businesses by understanding what their customers want and being ready to give it to them quickly and at low cost. One good example of this are banks which went through big changes in the late 20th century. Using information and communication technology, banks have vastly reduced the number of people they need to employ and lowered the cost of providing bank service. With these few words about the theme of the seminar, I take this opportunity to welcome the participants from all over the country and also request them to make full utilization of the opportunity. I take this opportunity to thank organizing secretaries Dr. K. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Y. Moidin Shah and other faculty members who worked night and day for the successful completion of the seminar and also bringing the printed volume of the research journal into an appreciable shape in time. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite the principal of our college to deliver the presidential address.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Most respected Secretary and Correspondent, respected President Sahib, respected Assistant Secretary, respected Director Dr. Nihal, and most respected today's Chief Guest Dr. Moidin Abdul Qadir, our own alumnus, and respected another gentleman from Ethiopia, Dr. Karthikeyan, respected Professor Pratibha Banerjee from West Bengal, Dr. Ravichandran from Delhi, and Dr. Kankibadi Srinivasa Rao from Hyderabad, the Head of the Department of Commerce, Professor Dr. Khalil, respected Professor, the organizing secretaries, Professor Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Marimuthu, Dr. Moidin Shah, other faculty members. I am very happy that Department of PG and Research Department of Commerce is organizing an international seminar through online on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy. So Department of Commerce is a well-known world famous department in Jamal Muhammad College. Why I am telling world famous? We all know in Jamal Muhammad College, the Commerce Department is known as Royal Commerce. It has the long legacy, and I told that it is a world renowned department because we know our today's chief guest, Dr. Moidin Abdul Qadir. He is an illustrious alumnus, and we are very glad that he is an international auditor. Our Department of Commerce and the college on a whole is very happy to have such an eminent, our own son of the soil as our chief guest today for an international conference. Jamal is known for his alumni activities. It is a unique feature of Jamal that our alumni association is throughout the globe. We have around 17 associations, including Singapore, USA, UK, Kuwait, Malaysia, everywhere. Wherever you go, you can find a chapter and you can find a person of Jamal who is serving the people. It is very important. I am underlining serving. Serving the people means they are involved in one or other societal or people-oriented activities. That is because our motto of Jamal Muhammad College is to show us the right path. Oh God, please show us the right path is the motto of Jamal Muhammad College. There are many participants throughout India, and I can say throughout the globe, are participating today in this international conference. Really, I am very glad because as Jamal Muhammad College, the Commerce Department is also known everywhere. So we in Jamal Muhammad College, we have 23 programs UG programs and 21 PG programs. Almost all the department are research department. That is more important. And also our college is ranked 54th rank in NIRF ranking. That is a very good position because around 1,500 colleges participated in this NIRF ranking. We are within 60. That is, we are in the 54th position. So this shows we are not only in quantity. 12,000 students are studying in Jamal Muhammad College, and around 12,000. The commerce department is a college within the college. We have around 10 sections of commerce students. So that is in quantity and also in quality also on par with other colleges. We are marching forward to attain the goal of attaining college with excellence. And dear participants, I came to know that there are 210 research articles have been or to be presented in this conference, and all these articles will be published in UGC CARE listed journals. This is another important thing. So, my dear participants, it is a very good opportunity because to attend the international conference on before 10 or 20 years, it is very difficult to get a at least to participate itself is very difficult, and that to presenting a paper in an international conference is very difficult. We have to spend a lot, but this because of this COVID, it is a positive side of COVID, I can say, because throughout the globe you can, if from your place itself, you can participate, you can interact with all the eminent personalities like our chief guest, Dr. Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir. So it is a very good opportunity. So utilize the opportunity, and I request all the participants, that to young researchers, to do the research. I used to tell this to in all the international or national seminars or conferences. So do research for the purpose of research, not for any other thing. That is what the government is expecting. That is what the global researchers or eminent personalities are expecting. Research, the real research from the participants and from the researchers. So you are participating. You are, even though you are not personally available in Jamal Muhammad College, it is a blessed soil. But anyhow, you are participating in this conference virtually. So utilize the conference fully, interact well, and do something, do some research useful to the society. With these few words, I invoke the blessings of Almighty, and I conclude my speech with this. And there is joining with our head of the department, Dr. Khalil Ahmed, Khalil Prozer. I welcome all the participants throughout the globe to this seminar. Thank you very much. Welcome to you all.
Thank you, sir. It's time to release the journal. I request our secretary and correspondent, sir, to release the journal and souvenir. Treasurer, sir, will receive the first copy.
சார் இது கொடுத்துருவா சார் உங்களுக்கு கம்ஃபர்டபுளாக இருக்குமா? அதே நல்லா இருக்கும். சரிங்க சார்.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request our Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, sir, to offer felicitation.
ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா சார்? சரிங்க சார். மைக்கு ஆன் ஆயிடுச்சு சார்.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh. In the name of the Almighty Allah, the most beneficent and most merciful, I begin. Today, the Department of Commerce, Royal BCom Commerce of Jamal Muhammad College, organizing an international seminar on virtual mode, and the title of Service Sector in India, Making New Avenues in Indian Economy. And as the chief guest of honor, our own alumni, Dr. Mohiddin Abdul Qadir of Singapore chapter, organizing president of this Singapore chapter of Jamal Muhammad College alumni. And herewith, the most honorable, our treasurer, Jamal Muhammad Sahib, the most valuable and very intensive personality, our principal, Dr. Ismail Muhammad, the head of the department, Dr. Khalil Ahmed, and all the members of the staffs, and my dear student friends, and all those who are present there in the program. I welcome all you in this program, and to make this program, the two personalities have been present over here from Pradeepa Banerjee, resource person, Haji Mohammed, Ravichandran, Bashir Ahmed, and Abibur Rahman and Karthikeyan. All these three sessions are there in this program, and I hope this will go a long way. Organizing a international seminar is not an easy job, and even in the virtual mode, it is very difficult to collect all the information and to organize the factor. And also, I welcome our newly inducted member, Dr. Nihal, who have come over here to the management for Jamal Muhammad College for assistance in the management of all affairs. And I congratulate Dr. Mohiddin Abdul Qadir, who have taken great pains to organize a registered alumni association at Singapore. It's not an easy job. And I also feel proud that he belongs to the Royal BCom, as I also myself studied there in the Royal BCom, and I'm very proud of it. It has been called as the Royal BCom of Jamal Muhammad College. I know this today, the world has been ruling by what you call the commerce. Commerce rules the world. Anyhow, it is a very good nature today, and also newly joined our professors inducted as professors from the government aided stream, and I hope they are also participating in the first seminar which has been conducted today. And I hope this will go a long way for the education as well as the business throughout the globe. And very in particular, the Singapore chapter has done many great things regarding the social activities, and it has passed 100 projects. It's a great achievement for them, and we congratulate them on this occasion. And very in particular, Dr. Mohiddin Abdul Qadir has a very keen interest to develop all the interest over the student friends at Singapore. and also throughout the globe. And also he has started a very unique characteristic program, the Global University, that is global factor, where the building had to be constructed by the funds which has been raised from them for the purpose of they called it has been called as a global program, and also the interest which has been taken by all the other alumni also there participating to make this enrichment a very successful one. And today, I think everything is being measured and it has been organized in very well, and it has been recorded also to make our international seminar a very good one and for successive one and a very useful one. With these few words, let me conclude my speech with great honor and dignity and love towards Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request our respected treasurer, sir, to offer felicitation.
Sir, the volume reduce. Volume reduce.
All praise to the Creator. Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning to one and all present here on the Zoom platform. Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, learned Principal, the HOD of the Commerce Aided Department, Dr. Khalilur Rahman, and the organizing secretaries and all the staff members attached to the Commerce Department. I'm extremely happy to take part in the inaugural session of the international seminar conducted by the PG Department of Commerce. As rightly pointed out by our Principal and Secretary Sahib, Commerce Department of Jamal Muhammad College is very popular throughout the globe, and it is being called as the Royal Department. And we have produced, the Commerce Department has produced so many great alumni who are throughout the globe helping the college in all its growth and development. And one such is today's chief guest, Dr. Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir, the popular auditor of Singapore. He is from a small town in Nagaur in Tamil Nadu, and he has he did his undergraduate in Jamal Muhammad College BCom. Later on, he did his PhD also in management studies in Jamal Institute of Management under the watchful eyes of his guide and mentor, Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Sahib. And today, the Commerce Department is organizing an international seminar on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy. And you all know that last year, due to COVID, the economy of throughout the globe is very much affected because of the pandemic. And this is a very good subject, I would say, because making new avenues in Indian economy is very vital for the development of our country and for the GDP growth of our country. So papers on this, research papers on this particular subject, service sector in India and making new avenues in Indian economy, is a welcome trend. And as said by our principal, nearly 200 papers are going to be presented in this seminar. I really congratulate each and every one of the people who are contributing this to this seminar. And you all know Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir is going to deliver the keynote address and the inaugural address. And we have 3 technical sessions today. One, the first session will be handled by Dr. Karthikeyan of Ethiopia, Ullo University of Ethiopia. And the second session will be by Pradeepa Banerjee from West Bengal. And the third one, of course, by Dr. Ravichandran of the University of Delhi. And after that, there is a valediction also in the evening. And the valediction address will be done by Dr. Srinivasa Rao of Osmania University, Hyderabad. So on behalf of the management, I thank all the resource personalities who are sparing much of their time for the sake of this conference. And I, on behalf of the staff of Jamal Mount College Commerce Department and also on behalf of the management, I once again thank all the personalities for being present here today on the Zoom platform. And I invoke the blessings of the Almighty and pray to Almighty that this conference should be a successful one and very useful to the students of Jamal Mount College, not only to the students of Jamal Mount College, but also to everybody who are attending this conference on the Zoom TV. Regarding Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir, as rightly pointed out by principal and our secretary sahib, is a prestigious alumnus of Jamal Mount College and the president of the Singapore chapter of Jamal Mount College, which was started in the year 1910. And it is the only registered body with the government. No other association or any chapter is registered with the respective government. So it is a great credit for the perseverance and hard work and sincerity of the Jamalians of Singapore. Each and every year they used to plan and conduct 10 events in a year. And in 10 years they have conducted 100 events. And not only they are helping Jamal Mount College by way of funding to the infrastructure development of Jamal, but also every year annually they are giving scholarship for the benefit of the students to get higher education in Jamal Muhammad College. So I would thank the Singapore chapter and all the Jamalians, the president of the Singapore chapter, for their continued support to Jamal Muhammad College, and also request them to continue their patronage to Jamal Muhammad College. And once again, I thank each and every one of you for giving me an opportunity. I wish this conference all success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request our beloved Assistant Secretary, sir, to offer felicitation.
I think he is not present. Yes, he is present. He is very much present. So,
Hello, Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Yes. So, the semester, it is your time.
Yeah, yes, sir. We're happy good morning to one and all gathered here. Our most respected secretary and correspondent of our institution, our respected treasurer sahib, our esteemed principal, respected vice principal, the member of the management committee and honorary director, additional vice principal, and our esteemed alumnus, Dr. Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir Sahib, public accountant, chartered accountant of Singapore, and president of the Jamal Muhammad College Singapore Association, JMC Singapore chapter, and other resource persons, the valedictory chief guests. So indeed, it gives me immense pleasure to join with our chief guest today, Dr. Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir, our distinguished alumnus and president of JMC Singapore chapter, and all other members. PG and Research Department of Commerce has organized the international seminar through virtual mode on service sector in India, making new avenues in the Indian economy. So this is a very good title for the present generation, for the entire commerce and business community. What is the contribution of the services industry, service sector in our country, and what could be the new avenues? What are the new avenues for its current generation? And various technical sessions, service sector and sustainable socio-economic development in India, changing landscapes of service sector in India, and other areas in human resource management. So this has been a wonderful day. our Commerce Department. They have organized this international webinar. So this has been a very good form for all the commerce students, research scholars, management students to pursue their research in commerce and management in the area of services, marketing, and other avenues in related to this sector. So my hearty congratulations to the head of the department, Dr. Khalil Rahman, Dr. Vijay Kumar, and Dr. Habib Rahman, and all of the faculty members of PG and Research Department of Commerce, where I completed my BCom there. So wish you a good luck. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Mohiddin Abdul Qadir, sir, registered public accountant, chartered accountant of Singapore, to deliver the inaugural and keynote address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to every one of you. It's my great pleasure and privilege to take part in the international seminar organized by the Department of Commerce of our alma mater, Jamal Muhammad College. Respected and my most beloved secretary and correspondent of our college, Dr. Khaja Najimuddin Sahib. Respected treasurer, Haji Jamal Muhammad Sahib. Assistant Secretary, Dr. Abdul Samad. Director and Management Committee member, Dr. Abdul Qadir Nihal. The principal of our college, Dr. Ismail Mohiddin. The other members of our management committee, vice principal, additional vice principal, faculty members, participants, delegates, resource persons from various region and country. First of all, I would like to wish every one of you a very, very happy New Year 2021. I am a product of Jamal. Jamal Muhammad College is closer to my heart. Everyone knows this fact. More particularly, I am the brainchild of the Department of Commerce of our Jamal Muhammad College. When I studied my BCom, my bachelor degree of commerce from 1982 to 1985, in the evenings, after the college hours, I used to sit in front of the Hortin block in the Department of Commerce until the night. All the tube lights, the brightness, it gave me an illuminating future for me today to practice as a public accountant and as a chartered accountant of Singapore. All along my life, my lifetime, myself and my family, we are indebted to the sacred soil of Jamal Muhammad College, in particular to the Department of Commerce, where I was groomed as a chartered accountant today. The word service sector in India, the word service is very closer to my life. I am involved in 2 types of services all along my lifetime. Professor Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, the head of the Department of Commerce of our self-financing division, he appropriately identified me as a resource person to give the inaugural and keynote address because I am concerned with the word services in 2 different ways. Firstly, the word service, I am connected with rendering professional services by doing audit, accounting since 1985. The moment I left our Jamal Muhammad College, I started my service as an auditor, as an audit assistant in Chennai. Then later on, since 1985, just you can count, for the past 35 years, I'm involved in learning and also rendering audit services in Singapore. Another service which we provide is our community services, which is also a service. Jamal Muhammad College has given the platform, developed every Jamalian since 1951 all over the world. Jamalians are nurtured. Jamalians are imported with a culture of social responsibility to provide professional service, educational service, community service, and many more services. Our Treasurer Sahib just now during his felicitation, he mentioned Singapore chapter is the only registered chapter in the world. Our Principal Sahib have mentioned we have 17 alumni chapters all over the world. Why Singapore chapter is a registered chapter? You see this letter. Can you all see this letter? This letter is always in front of my table. This letter was given by the former secretary and correspondent Marhum Haji Abdul Ghaffur Sahib, who gave the consent letter to register the Singapore chapter officially with the Registry of Singapore, with the Registry of Societies in Singapore. So in a way, we are very much connected with the word services. COVID-19 has made the entire world, to a different situation. Many people are demotivated, frustrated, and there is no hope of life. Is because of COVID-19. The World Health Organization have confirmed, as of today, I visited Geneva 2 years ago, where the World Health Organization is situated. Confirmed cases as of today, 89,707,115 COVID cases as of today. How many people died? 1,940,352 deaths. 1,940,352 deaths. This database is as of today morning. Almost 223 countries has been affected all over the world. In India, as of yesterday, 10,466,595 cases, COVID cases. How many deaths? 151,160 deaths as of yesterday. as per the statistics furnished by World Health Organization. Why do I mention this? This COVID-19 has made a great impact, adverse impact. Now, I'm going to tell you, does it create only adverse impact? No, not at all. Even positive impact. It has opened up the new avenues. That's the core content of our international seminar today. We are going to see the brighter side of the COVID-19. Our Jamal Muhammad College always, we say, oh God, show us the right path. Ehdina Siratal Mustaqim, நேர் வழியில் நடத்துவாயாக என்று Jamal Muhammad College always used to proclaim. We always propagate. This international seminar, which is organized by the Department of Commerce of our Jamal Muhammad College, is going to show the right path to all the delegates, to all the participants, to better perform, not only in the service sector, whatever the field they are coming from, they are practicing. Many of you may be aware, the service sector in India has been the largest recipient of FDI, foreign direct investment, in India, with the inflow of US dollars 83.14 billion. See the amount, the volume. US dollars 83.14 billion, which is the inflow of the foreign direct investment between April 2000 to June 2020, in the last 2 decades. There are many points, many highlights about the service sector in India. Just to quote a few. Healthcare industry in India prior to COVID-19 is expected to reach US dollars 132 billion prior to COVID-19. The research study shows that. India's digital economy is estimated to reach US 1 trillion by 2025, in 5 years' time. India's IT and business services is expected to reach US 14.3 billion with 8% growth in 3 years' time. Service sector in India has contributed more than 60% of India's GDP, is even better than China. Service sector in India has the highest employment elasticity among all the sectors. These are the strength of the country. COVID-19 has made drastic changes, greater impact for many industry. I am talking to you from Singapore, sitting in my office. Our management, secretary, treasurer, principal, everyone knows that. They have visited my office in Singapore many times. When the new year was born, when 2021 was, when everyone celebrated, many of my clients in Singapore, they sent me calendar and all, wishing me the new calendars and new gifts, diary, everything, to give me the new feel. I have to thank our JMC management, more particularly our Treasurer Sahib, for sending me the JMC, our college calendar, which I request, which is closer to my heart. I put away all the calendars given by my clients and my well-wishers, all I have given to other people. The calendar given by Jamal Muhammad College, I am going to show it to you. Please see this calendar. So it is in my office. I'm showing you the calendar. I'm always looking at Jamal. Every day I'm looking at Jamal. and even the Distinguished Alumnus Award, which they gave me in year 2008. That is the only award I am keeping it in my office, which is framed here. I am every day, I am living in the campus of Jamal. Physically, emotionally, mentally, I am every day working in the campus of Jamal Muhammad College by having the calendar and also the photo of Jamal Muhammad College in my cabinet, in my office room. Many industry in Singapore have totally vanished. Example, to quote example, two industry. One industry is money changing business. Changing of money, giving you the Singapore dollar and change to Malaysian ringgit. Give you the US dollar and change to Thai baht. Finish. 367 money changers, licensed money changers was operating their business. 367 money changers. What happened to COVID-19? More than 100 money changers have closed their shop. Money changing service, now 1/3 of the money changing service have drastically come down. They closed the shop or they ceased their operations temporarily. COVID-19 impact in the service sector in Singapore. Another business, travel industry. Some of my clients in tours operators, inbound, outbound travel, close their companies. Is either permanently or temporarily, we do not know. The same way, coming back to our concept, the title of our seminar, Service Sector in India, Making New Avenues in Indian Economy. What are the industry affected in India, worldwide? I give you some example of the industries which has been affected. Aviation and tourism industry, entertainment and recreation. Even in Singapore, all the entertainment, recreation, nightclub, everything all closed down. Industrial manufacturing is affected. Real estate business, people have no money. Real estate is affected. Construction industry, logistics and shipping, financial services like money changers, all these industries are affected. What is the result? It has created an impact in the service sector. The COVID-19 has created some impact. It has created the platform for the new normal. What is the impact? A few things. Firstly, curbed demand. What is that? The need. This is the point I would like to highlight to all the delegates, those who are involved in the service sector, the need for rethinking the business model. We cannot operate in the traditional or conservative way. We have to redesign. Our business model must be redesigned. Secondly, technology adoption. What is technology adoption? We have to look into, the service sector has to look into accelerated adoption of digital channels. Employee practices. The third point is the employee practices. Adoption of remote working arrangements. Now people are working from home. So we have to do the adoption of remote working arrangements. Nationalism, geopolitical agenda impacting the trade. Governments are putting priorities on national needs. Supply chain disruption, market consolidation, climate change, debt burden. So these are the changes, impact created due to COVID-19. But it has made a lot of changes in the landscape of the service sector, the government have given a lot of support for employees, government from everywhere, not only from Singapore. The government has given a lot of support for the employees, businesses, by in terms of loans, relief for the mortgage and borrowings, increased legal protection. For example, in Singapore, if the tenants break the tenancy, if the tenants are breaking the tenancy, they want to vacate the premises, the landlord cannot sue the tenant. The landlord cannot take legal action against the tenant. Another example, construction industry, leasing of equipment. You break the tenancy, you break the contract. So the lessor cannot take action against the lessee. So these are the protections given in business sector. Tax reliefs, property tax reliefs, these are all given. These are all given. Now, new avenues. I'm coming back to the point here, making new avenue. What are the new avenues we can focus? Prior to COVID-19, many people may not know what is the meaning of the word Zoom. The word Zoom, they may not know. After COVID-19, everyone, even remote villages, they know the word Zoom. That means it has opened up. Now I'm going to talk to you with a sense of optimism, optimistic life, bright future, illuminating future, a prosperous future for the service sector. So what are the new avenues of service sector we can focus? Opening up in India. Example, the new avenues in the service sector in Indian economy, I would like to quote a few. Firstly, e-commerce. E-commerce applications, it has many avenues for prosperity, growth, and development. Secondly, health, medical, and pharmaceutical. Now COVID-19, the vaccine, have invented, has been distributed everywhere. So people are taking treatment for COVID-19. Therefore, health, medical, pharmaceutical is another service industry, service sector, which is making new avenues. Food production, whether COVID-19 or pre-COVID or post-COVID, food is a very important sector. So food production. Number 4, online technology. Online technology, there is always, now there is a greater demand, increased demand for online technology. Delivery services. Everyone, people sitting at home, they cannot go outside, lockdown. So everything will come to our doorstep, online services. So these are the upcoming sectors making new avenues. Let me share a few more. Fintech companies. After the COVID-19, the fintech, financial technology companies are really making huge profit, and they are experiencing consistent growth. Making payments, digital payments, like Pay Now, Grab Pay. Singapore, we are using Pay Now, Grab Pay, Pay Law. These are the common digital payments. And also, there is another new avenue for Indian economy using disruptive technology. This is a very important point, disruptive technology. What is disruptive technology? Disruptive technology is an innovation that significantly modify alters the way the consumers, the industries and business operate. Example of disruptive technology is e-commerce, online news sites, video sharing apps. Let me tell you one common example is the GPS systems. So disruptive technology is paving new avenues for the service sectors. Another one to quote, autonomous technology and robotics. Example, robot vacuum cleaner. Then autonomous helicopters. These are the examples in autonomous technology and robotics. I would like to type out something here. Please visit this website in Singapore, www.mas.gov.sg. So in the chat section, I type out a website address. What is this? MAS stands for what? Monetary Authority of Singapore. Monetary Authority of Singapore. This is the central bank. This is the Central Bank of Singapore. So here, I want to quote you something. Payment Services Act 2019, which also I type out in the chat section. Please, all the delegates visit this website and see the word services. We are using the word services for our international seminar today. I am quoting you to the relevant section, Payment Services Act 2019. So this act was introduced in Singapore on 28th January 2019 to introduce many services. I quote you the services here, you can read, because due to lack of time, shortage of time, I am not elaborating on this. You see here, these are the new services which you can see. Account issuance services. I am typing this for you to copy so that will be useful to you. This is not immediately available in India. Some of the services. What is this? Account issuance services, which means, which is like, this is what we call it as e-wallet. See here, I have typed out here, e-wallet. This is another service, which means what? We provide you multi-purpose stored value cards. It is called multi-purpose stored value cards. Normally the credit cards only the banks will issue, but here it is a non-bank issued credit card. Then we also have remittance services. Remittance services means what? For domestic money transfer and international money transfer. Then we also have merchant acquisition service. You know, this is providing a point of sale terminal for online payment gateway, right? Then another upcoming service we are doing here in Singapore, which India also can consider. These are the new avenues. E-money issuance service. Then another one is digital payment token service. Have you heard of this? What is very famous? Very famous upcoming is cryptocurrencies. Certain countries, cryptocurrencies is not allowed. In Singapore, cryptocurrencies, digital payment token services are allowed in Singapore. So these are the new avenues which we normally, can think of, and the Indian economy has a very bright future because our country have very great talented human resources. That is what going to be in the afternoon session. Issues confronting human resource management. The resource person, Dr. Ravi Chandran from Delhi, is going to address you in the session 3. So what are the issues confronting the human resource management in service sector? So at this moment, I am very much indebted to the Jamal Institute of Management of our Jamal Muhammad College, where I did my doctorate in management studies, and even my thesis also based on human resource management. So the issues confronting the human resource management in service sector, which includes leadership development, the importance of job training, adapting to innovation, and most important challenge is the talent retention of the talent. When the people come, we train them. After a few years, they just resign. So we have to retrain the people. So retention of the talent is one of the major issues confronting in the human resource management. Hopefully, Dr. Ravichandran will address you more detail in the third session in the afternoon. And immediately on the second session, you're going to see the changing landscape of service sector in India. I would like to highlight a couple of points. The changing landscape of service sector in India. What is involved? The use of big data and the application of data analytics. This is very, very important. I'm typing out here for you. In Singapore, the word I have typed out here, data analytics, even auditors have to use or concerned with data analytics. Example, to study the consumer behavior, and to change the patterns accordingly, we have to always use the big data and application of data analytics. Then another changing landscape is what? The use of automation and going digital, like payment of hospital bills. Then people go to restaurant, how they place the order, the restaurant menu. These are the changing landscapes in service sector. So immediately the first session, you're also going to discuss service sector and sustainable socio-economic development in India. Dr. Karthikeyan from Ethiopia will be discussing with you. And the resource person, Professor Pradeepa Banerjee from West Bengal, is also going to share her intellectual thoughts. So I take this opportunity. I thank our JMC management, the principal, vice principal, additional vice principal, and the faculty members of the Department of Commerce, more particularly Dr. Khalilur Rahman, and every one of you for joining us this wonderful morning. And it's always a great pleasure, a great privilege for me to associate myself with the events of our alma mater, Jamal Muhammad College. So I hope all the delegates from this international seminar will reap a rich harvest, an intellectual harvest, to enrich your knowledge, and whatever we learn, we apply in the day-to-day life. I am very proud as a Jamalian. I am joining this intellectual journey. I take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee and every one of you. Wish you a very, very fruitful and wonderful session. Once again, I wish you a very, very happy and prosperous new year. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable inaugural and keynote address. Now I invite Dr. K. Vijay Kumar, Assistant Professor of Commerce and Organizing Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good morning to one and all. In the name of God Almighty, I begin. I am very happy and delighted to propose vote of thanks. I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, revered Treasurer, most respected Assistant Secretary, young and energetic member and honorary director, Dr. K.N. Abdul Qadir Nigal sir, respected Dr. K.N. Muhammad Fazil, Director, Hostel Administration, and Ms. J. Hajira Fatima, Director, Women Hostel, beloved Principal, respected Vice Principal, and Additional Vice Principal for their fullest support and encouragement for the successful completion of the virtual international seminar. My special thanks are due to our esteemed chief guest and illustrious alumnus of our holy soil, a great personality of Singapore, Dr. Moideen Abdul Qadir, Chartered Accountant Singapore, for accepting our invitation and delivered an inspired and thought-provoking inaugural and keynote address in this virtual international seminar. Thank you, sir. I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to our head of the Department of Commerce, Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, who is the real motivator and inspiration to all of us. My sincere thanks are due to our former head and associate professor of commerce, Dr. E. Mubarak Ali, for his continuous support and encouragement. I submit my special thanks to all the faculty members for their outstanding moral support and help. I thank Dr. Moideen Shah, one of the organizing secretaries, who worked night and day for the success of the seminar and took much pain in bringing out the UGC CARE listed Group 1 journal and souvenir on time. I thank all the paper presenters, participants, research scholars, students, and our department attendant, Mr. Sheikh Moideen, for their fullest cooperation and moral support. Once again, I thank one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Session 1 will begin soon.
I thank Dr. Moideen Abdul Qadir sir for his thought-provoking speech. I thank you, sir, from the bottom of my heart. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Participant, please hold. Session will begin soon.
On behalf of the Department of Commerce, I welcome you all to the clinical session one of the international
Habib sir?
seminar on service sector in India. Sir.
Kindly unmute your voice. Your audio is muted.
Sir, unmute.
Okay, sir.
Bashir, கேக்குதா Bashir? Am I audible? Good morning to all. On behalf of the Department of Commerce, I welcome you all to the technical session of the international webinar on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy. Let me take this opportunity for expressing my gratitude to the Almighty for keeping all us safe in this COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know, this pandemic period has changed our entire lifestyle. Let us think over the positive impacts of this challenge posed on us, as our chief guest of the inauguration told. Indeed, I am very happy to introduce our resource person for this session, Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Professor of Cooperative Management, Wollo University, Ethiopia. Our resource person has a professional expertise. Our resource person has a professional expertise in the field of cooperative management. Regarding academic qualification, Sir has completed MA and PhD in cooperative management in Nandigram Rural University, a renowned institution for specialized studies in this part of the country. He has also completed MBA in HRM in Tamil Nadu Open University. With a rich experience of 24 years both in teaching and research, our guest has completed 28 research projects in his association and undertaking. He has participated in 105 scientific deliberations, out of which 48 were at international level. Under his able guidance, 2 scholars have completed PhD and 3 are pursuing. He has acted as foreign examiner at PhD level for more than 50 universities abroad. So far, Sir has organized 17 training programs and has published about 27 printed books and 2 e-books. Sir has also prepared 20 course materials, 17 distance education modules, and 7 training modules at various levels. Our resource person has also involved in the development of 11 course curriculums. In 17 journals at international level, Sir has been acting as reviewer and member of the editorial board. Has visited several countries, which include Italy, United Kingdom, Kenya, Belgium, France, South Africa, Switzerland, and so on, for contributing to the benefit of the academia. Due to the paucity of time, I have to cut short the introductory part of the session. With these few words, I invite our resource person, Dr. M. Karthikeyan, to deliver his special address for his technical session. Welcome, sir. I am very happy to welcome all the participants, student friends who are present both on physical and on virtual mode. With these few words, I hand over the session to the session in charge and resource person, Dr. M. Karthikeyan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is it audible?
Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, sir. Can you please share the screen, sir? I have sent to Vijay Kumar, sir, and
Yes, sir. So you can easily you can screen yourself, sir, because you are put as a co-host, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
You are visible, sir, now. Sir?
Sir?
Sir, please wait for a few minutes. I'm asking for you, sir, to share your
Okay.
screen. You can yourself share the screen, sir.
I'm trying, but
Okay, sir. I will let them to do it, sir.
yes, sir. Yes,
Basha.
sir. Please.
Excuse me, Professor. You can share the screen now, Professor.
Can you just try from Dr. Vijay Kumar? Hello.
Yes, sir.
சார் சொல்லுங்க சார். சார்
சார்
கரண் சார்.
சார் சாருக்கு அப்படியே ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க ப்ரொஃபசர்.
ஓகே 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 ஓகே.
அவர் வீடியோ ஆன் ஆகல ப்ரொஃபசர். வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க சார். சார்
சார் கார்த்திக் சார்.
யா
சார் இப்போ நீங்க ஆன் பண்ணிக்கலாம் சார்.
ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் பண்ணுங்க ப்ரொஃபசர்.
ஓகே.
வீடியோ தெரியுதுங்க ப்ரொஃபசர். இப்போ நீங்க ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் பண்ணலாம்.
ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் கொடுங்க சார்.
ஷேர்
screen. Yeah. Click that icon, sir. Share screen icon.
At the bottom of the video, sir. At the bottom of the video, there is an option called share screen, sir.
So green color.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's in green color, sir. With up arrow.
Karthik, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, your screen.
Screen.
Bottom. Just to touch the screen, sir. Laptop or mobile, sir?
Mobile, sir.
So just bottom of your mobile, just touch, sir.
Yeah. Share.
The green color share is available, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just on, sir.
Yes, sir. Now it's coming, sir.
Sir, good, sir.
Actually, it's not working. Yes, can you please get it from Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir?
Sir, please.
Sir, now we are able to see your screen, sir. Yeah, minimize that screen, sir. Minimize that screen. Then go to that presentation, sir.
But PPT is not coming, I think.
So you have come out from that screen, sir.
I'm not able to get the PPT, no?
Minimize your screen, sir.
Yes.
And you go
Sir,
for
please do again, sir. Yeah, now. So do again, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now go to that presentation, sir. Sir, press back button, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, sir. Yes, now you go to your file, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, sir. We are able to see your screen, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Karthik, sir. Correct, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
switch on
okay?
your, sir. Professor, you have come out, sir.
It's not working, huh? It's okay?
Sir.
Karthik, sir.
Professor, do again, sir.
Yeah? It's okay?
Yeah, no, sir. We are not able to see your screen.
Uh-huh.
Please do again the same thing, sir.
Karthik, sir. Karthik, sir. Karthik, sir. Karthik, sir. Karthik, sir.
It's okay, sir?
Sir, just you share your file to our WhatsApp number, sir, or to our mail, sir. Is there any possibility?
Yeah, I sent it, already sent it to Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir. And
Sir, your presentation file.
yeah, PPT.
To my WhatsApp, sir, or mail, sir?
WhatsApp, sir.
Oh, yeah, okay. Just I check it, sir.
Okay, sir. Hello, sir. Got it, huh?
Sir, we have a few minutes, sir. Just a few minutes,
Hello.
sir. We'll back.
Sir?
Sir, we got your PPT, sir. We are working on it, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
In a few minutes, it will be shared, sir. Inshallah.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. It has come, huh? Shall we start, sir?
So, yes, sir, you can start, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. I thank the college management and the Royal Department of Commerce, all the faculty members who have engaged in making this international conference a successful event. So I thank for everyone, the faculty members and the audience and participants and dear lovable students. So the topic of the seminar is on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy. Actually, the alumnus professor from Singapore has given a detailed picture on service sector and the new avenues in Indian economy. And I thank other delegates also for their presence for the success of this seminar. The given topic is for me is service sector and sustainable socio-economic development in India. Actually, we know that service sector is booming like anything. Even to be frank, we have forgotten the prime sector to develop, and there is a huge decline in the agriculture sector. Now, our focus is on service sector. with a great contribution to the GDP in terms of employment, trade services, financial services, insurance, banking, even the export services, and nowadays the modern services with exports, particularly with regard to ICT and software industry, the areas of service sector. So this particular sector, the third sector, tertiary sector, is booming like anything. And India is one of the largest, if not the largest economy in the world. It is predicted to be the second largest economy by 2050. And we know that Indian economy, in terms of operations, can be divided into organized and unorganized sectors. While for ownership, it can be divided into public and private sectors. So here, we have to think about the contributions of these sectors, particularly in our presentation. We are going to see the service sector contributions. And as rightly pointed out by the chief guest, we have to touch the impact of COVID-19 on the sector and the solutions thereof. That's also to be our concern. And India is ranked the 7th largest economy and the 3rd largest in terms of PPP, purchasing power parity. And it's pegged at $2.9 trillion. $2.9 trillion. And in a press conference, the minister said, we keep oscillating between the 5th and the 6th largest economy, depending on the dollar rate. As we look at the years ahead, we will be 5 trillion by 2024, 10 trillion by 2030 or 31. And the next slide, I have given the facts and figures, some of the figures regarding the railway network in consumer market by 2020 is gone, and by 2030 the largest aviation market by Indian economy. With regard to travelers and railway passengers, even in e-commerce market, as rightly pointed out by the chief guest. And just I want to give a picture on the sectors, agriculture sector, industry sector, and I want to move on our focus on service sector. Actually, agriculture sector contributes towards the GDP of a country. It has declined, as I said, it has declined and is currently at 14%, if I'm not mistaken. And more than 50% of the population of a country still depend on agriculture sector. And even the government by 2022 aiming at doubling farmers' income by different schemes with the agriculture sector. And there are certain schemes, programs, initiations taken by the government in order to develop the agriculture sector. And with regard to industrial sector, it has the potential since 1991. And there are certain initiations by the government And by taking such an initiation, there is an autonomy in production, marketing, and distribution in the industrial sector. And there is a reduced red tapeism. It is witnessed. And there is an encouragement of private investments, both domestic as well as FDI, foreign direct investment. And we had a transfer of technology and benefits of research and development over the sector. And a number of MNCs have come and they invested in industrial sector. So there is regarding agriculture and industrial sector. Coming to our concern, the focus on service sector, actually the most benefited sector, I can say that it is the service sector of economy due to the new economic policy of the country. And the areas can be banking, finance, BPOs, and the most important is information technology services, as I told you earlier, ICT and IT, the modern services. And we have seen double-digit growth. There's an evidence. And Infosys, Wipro, and TCS, they are the giants in IT field, and they made their mark on the global platform. 60% of the GDP contribution comes from service sector, even more than that, 66, I think so now. And India has the huge potential with regard to IT, and it has emerged as the hub of the world, the IT hub of the world, we can say like that. And employment opportunities are being created in this sector, a huge number of employment opportunities, and opening of tourism, transportation, and in health sector, particularly medical sector, led the growth of these service sector competencies. Even RBI, it has transitioned from being a regulator to a facilitator with regard to this service sector development. And there are developments over insurance, banking, and stock market. And even there is an considerable, remarkable improvement with regard to foreign reserves, forex reserves. That is in a nutshell about the service sector. And I want to say something about the recent developments with regard to our economy. In the next slide, I have pointed out some of the recent developments like GST, insolvency, bankruptcy code, Startup India by the government, even Skill India scheme introduced by the government, Digital India. So all these developments have happened recently, and structural reforms have been introduced by the government, and which positioned our country as a competitive player in the international market, no doubt on it. So we have to be proud on that. And I can say a few points on future of Indian economy that you have to know. Government has gone for a strategy for New India 75 through Niti Aayog. So in order to achieve $5 trillion economy by 2020 with consistent achievement of 88% growth. The strategy documents objectives are given here regarding doubling the farmers' income, and even creating a talent pool of India and Make in India campaign. So by these, we aim at 22% tax to the GDP ratio by 2023, up from the current rate of 17%. And we want to achieve 36% of investment rate by 2023. So under the leadership of our Prime Minister Modi ji, so we want to see the growth. We want to see the growth in terms of the tax to GDP and investment, what I've pointed out here. And before going to see the service sector development, particularly socioeconomic development, we have to see and we have to touch, as I said earlier, the impact of COVID on Indian economic sectors. No doubt, there is an impact. There is an impact. And there are losses from organized sectors amounted to an estimated 9 trillion rupees in late March 2020. We have seen. And there is an declining rate of 23%. And this pandemic came with uncertainty and implications. I highlighted the points. Even with the job and earning deficits has an impact of COVID on the sectors. And even the consumer retail field and for small business. So number of impacts are there with the COVID on Indian economy. So in the next slide, I have given the highlight over impact on GDP growth, minus 9.3, estimated cost of full lockdown, 20 billion USD dollars. So we can't imagine such a decline. And the government aid, $348 billion, INR. So such impacts have been there with regard to COVID-19 or different sectors. And the next slide, I have given the largest organized market by value construction industry. Sector with the largest decline with gross value added growth, the finance service, real estate, and the professional services. The least affected consumer market has been telecom services. And with regard to socioeconomic impact, I have given some figures in the next slide. So number of people aided by government with a relief package, 392.8 million. Household reporting fall in income, 43.7 by April. Now it has increased. And the highest share of purchases paid for digitally, the areas like groceries, medicines in retail stores. So these are all different impacts made by COVID-19 over different sectors, and the subsequent slides also I displayed the impact with regard to the sectors by sector and household income in the next slide also. So I don't want to consume more time on those things. And the impact of government aid also is given in the next slide. It's about 392 million people across the country have benefited to combat effects of the coronavirus, and about 1.7 trillion rupees as a relief package the government has given. So that is the state of the impact of COVID-19 and the steps taken by the government in order to subsidize. So coming to the service sector jurisdiction, I have given the union list, state list, and current list of the services like banking services, insurance, pension service, patents, designs, communication service, negotiation, health services, local governments, including municipal and district corporations, land markets, matters, IT policies, and so on. So these are different jurisdictions of the service sector. And in the next slide, I have given just for your consumption, the champion service sectors like IT-enabled services, the construction and related engineering services, tourism and hospitality services, communication services, medical, value, travel, transport and logistics services, and so on, education services, and so on. Here, we have to think about the critical issues that have been that can be identified with the service sector. So in the subsequent slide, I have given I have arrived at some questions, some issues, critical issues. In the next slide, the pattern of growth in Indian service sector, and what explains growth in Indian service sector, and with regard to employment growth in service sector. And we have to ask a question that can India's service sector sustain its growth or development? Because it's questioned by many authors that you will see, many researchers, policymakers. They question the sustainability of the service sector in the long run. And the external and internal barriers to trade in different services in India. So these are some of the critical issues while we are talking about the service sector and the socio-economic development in Indian economy. So if you ask what explains growth in India and India's service sector, we have to see both demand side and supply side as well, the factors, particularly the demand side factors and supply side factors. So both factors, they operate that lead to higher growth in service sector and the larger share of service sector in total employment, particularly. So I've given some factors with regard to demand side factors and supply side factors. So just you can just go through and you can understand what are the factors on demand side and supply side which operate the service sector and its growth So here, by seeing these factors and their influence on service sector and its growth, we have to ask the question, as we have seen earlier, can India's service sector sustain its growth? Here I have given some of the references. With regard to the question raised regarding the sustainability of this particular sector, with particular to in the long run, it is argued that its growth, the service sector growth, is not sustainable in the long run, and might grow faster than employment in the organized services. But they argued that service-led growth can have serious implications for inflation, income distribution, and balance of payments. And here a matrix like given the categorization of services by considering the growth and the liberalization concept. High growth, moderate growth, low growth, and considering the substantially liberalized, moderately liberalized, and less than restricted like. If you see the slide, you can understand the categorization of services. And in the next slide, given the average by decade of share of service types in the sectoral overall. If you just see the trend right from 1950s up until 2000s, by decades, just if you look into 1950s and now 2000s in the next slide, with regard to different services under service sector, the share of service sector in GDP can be understood by service sector, and there is a significant increase. There is a significant increase over the period. If you just see 1950s and 2000s, there is an increase with the community, societal, and even finance, insurance, trade, hotels, transport. So in almost all subsectors of service sectors, the share in GDP, there is an increasing trend. There is an increasing trend by the service sector. The next slide, I have given the FDI limits with the service sector in India. So I don't want to explain each and every area, the subsectors with the FDI. It's for your consumption. Just I want to show you the important highlights over some sectors of economy, subsectors of service sectors of economy. By 2034, what would be the growth, the development over health, education, financial services, even with power, the energy, power, retail, manufacturing, even the digital connectivity. So in the subsequent slides, just I displayed for your consumption the growth and development and the expected growth by 2034. By 2034, it's clearly displayed what would be the growth with the health sector, healthcare, education, agriculture, even financial services, manufacturing, retail, power, even with urbanization and digital connectivity also. 80% access would be there. See, 80% access would be there. So this is the estimation over subsectors of service sector by 2034. And in the upcoming slides, I just highlighted with the healthcare, the in detail, the healthcare, power, schooling, and even domestic capital for growth also for your understanding about what would be by 2034. Say, for example, with regard to healthcare delivery infrastructure, the next slide, the desired outcome is there by 2034. 2.5 doctors, 5.0 nurses, and 3.5 beds per 1,000 persons have been given here. And even the details are given addition of 3 million doctors, addition of 6 million nurses, and so on and so on. With regard to the healthcare delivery infrastructure, that is the estimation by 2034. So likewise, I have given the power with regard to universal access to power in detail by 2034. Even the education sector by schooling, primary 100%, secondary 100%, and so on. So all these figures are estimated. I have taken from a source, and even with the domestic capital for growth, the next slide, schooling and then growth in domestic capital, 90% by 2034. So while seeing all these figures, the service sector is going to be the dominant sector of economy. Even already it's dominating, sidelining the agriculture sector and industrial sector. And here we have to ask a question that, is it, that's why we have seen the sustainability of this sector in the long run. So that is questionable actually, because we have forgotten to develop, we are just neglecting agriculture sector mostly and industrial sector slowly. We focus more on service sector. So is it possible to maintain or is it possible for this sector to sustain the growth in the long run? That is a question. Even my worry is also on that part. And in the next slide, if you see the growth of gross value added and GDP at constant prices, I've given all the sectors, and just to see and compare and contrast the percentage points change in growth, you can understand. You can understand what is going on with the service sector when compared to other sectors. So it's we have to think about the sustainability here by seeing these figures with GVA, gross value added, and GDP at constant prices. And even in other slides, I'm trying my level best to show you the underlying drivers of growth. And the next slide, real GVA growth, because due to time paucity, I should not consume more time on figures. Real GVA growth is also given here with all sectors. And say for example, the subsector construction, if you see the growth by 2014-19 period and 2014-19 period contribution to growth, there is a increasing trend. So like that, you can just understand the increasing trend of service sector and its subsectors. Even I have given services GVA growth by subsectors in the next slide, and even the growth in service sector by quarters from 16 up until 19. So these are all for your consumption, just for your understanding about the development of our service sector. When you see the share of services in total GVA, World Bank report says, World Bank data reports that share of employment in service sector has increased since 1991, reaching 31.2% of our workforce in 2017. Now see the trend, it has been increased. particularly with regard to this chart, if you see, service employment in India rose from 22 to 33% between 1995 and 2017. So it is regarding employment as an indicator with service sector, then trade service as an indicator, service exports, even the trade basket grew from 33.7% to 37.6%. That is old, even 2016. Now imagine the growth. It's more than that. It's more than that. And I have to highlight the important indicator called modern services exports. As I told you in the initial stage itself, ICT and software areas with regard to modern services that has emerged as one of the fastest growing areas, ICT and software with the modern services. And our country has emerged as one of the fastest growing telecom markets in the world. That's why, even with the impact of COVID-19, it is the area, telecom as the area least affected sector, service sector. We have seen with the impact of COVID. And the next slide, just for your understanding, I have given the composition of India's trade in modern service sector. So, just for pausing remark, I have shown this slide with regard to subsectors of modern services, ICT, telecom, financial, and other software industries, their contribution to the GDP and other things. And I want to show you the changing structure of employment, particularly as an indicator of economic development. When you compare and contrast these three sectors, agriculture, industry, and service sector, in a particular slide, in the next subsequent slide, I want to show you the percentage of employment, the change structure of employment during economic development over these three sectors. If you just see that particular slide, the next after slide, next slide, please. Can you display the next subsequent slides, please? Next slide. Next slide, sir, please. Next, sir. Next slide. Yeah. So by seeing this, we can understand that previous one, sir, just we have to show the slide. Say with that particular diagram, we can understand that the changing structure of employment during economic development is switching over to service sector. That is the evidence. And with regard to sustainable development, we know what of sustainable development. I don't want to explain. It's bearable, it's equitable and viable with economic, social, and environmental pillars of sustainability. And no doubt, our service sector has contributed and is contributing and will contribute more in all dimensions of sustainability, economic, social, and environmental aspects. There are evidences. And with regard to the service sector growth and development, sustainability, I can say that service sector produces intangible goods like health, education, and so on. And producing services tends to require relatively less natural capital and more of human capital is required. not like other sectors, industry and agriculture sector. And we can say that the benefit of growing service sector is that by using fewer natural resources than agriculture and other industrial sector. So that we have to understand. And just for showing the developments with regard to service sector, I have come up with Indian Service Industry Report by 2020 October. In the next slide, next subsequent slides, I have displayed some growth and achievements of the service industry. Say, it is not only the dominant sector, but has also attracted significant foreign direct investment, we have seen already. And with regard to employment also, we have seen the development, the trade services, FDI, and the modern services exports also with regard to ICT and software. So here are some of the figures for your understanding about the service sector as a key driver of India's economic growth. So I have given GVA at current price, then RBI's statistics with regard to service export, and even the PMI index I have given. So these are some of the figures from the report, and I have given some companies in the service sectors in the recent past, and then government initiatives in order to develop the service sector. So regarding different aspects and indicators, and the government schemes and programs with regard to the service sector. Service exports from India scheme, and the National Broadband Mission, and even RRB's development, and even with regard to Tamil Nadu government, I have given a point, a new electronics and hardware manufacturing policy aligned the old policy. So such initiations have been by the government, both central and state governments. Sorry. So here, in a nutshell, I can give a road ahead with regard to service sector growth. It is governed by domestic and global factors. So particularly Indian facilities management market is expected to grow at 17% CAGR, average growth rate, between 2015 and 2020, and surpass this much of $1 billion. By 2023, healthcare industry is expected to reach $132 billion. India's digital economy is estimated to reach 1 trillion by 2025. By the end of 2023, India's IT and business service sector is expected to reach 14.3 billion with 8% growth. That is our estimation. And even GST has created a common national market. So these are some of the supporting points for road ahead with the service sector. You know, as we have seen, though service sector has contributed, is contributing, and we are saying that will contribute much more than other sectors to GDP of our economy. As you have seen, the sustainability in the long run of this sector is questionable. So we have to go with certain strategies. I have given some 9 to 10 different strategies to be implemented in order to sustain the growth and development of service sector in the long run. So due to time paucity, I don't want to explain each and every strategy. They are self-explanatory, and even our chief guest has given certain strategies for development of the sector, like defined reskilling strategy and no regret skills strategy, like with regard to digital, social, emotional, and reskill by learning as a strategy, resilience strategy, companies to navigate uncertainty as a strategy, business unit function specific strategy, remote working to generate substantial value to organizations as a strategy, in-person connection. No, we should not forget about personal connectivity due to the digital connectivity. We should not forget about personal connectivity. And I recommend a hybrid virtual model as a strategy, the 9th strategy. Based on the sector and subsector, we can go with the fully virtual, hybrid regularized, hybrid on demand, on-site primary, on-site critical. So such hybrid virtual model strategies can be adopted. So in order to sustain the growth of a service sector in the long run, whatever it is, we have to follow and adapt customer satisfaction. That is very important. So customer satisfaction as an important strategy, because in service sector, whatever it is, we have to satisfy the customers. That is an important strategy. And scenario-based response readiness strategy. Some strategies are given here, because we are going with a risk like this pandemic issue, COVID-19. So we have to be ready with certain strategies like immediate business strategy, return strategy, workforce segmentation strategy, workforce training and engagement strategy, health and safety intervention strategy like. So these are some of the major strategies that are to be implemented, designed and implemented in order to make the service sector sustain and it should give sustained growth in the long run. So the strategies, sustainable strategies, can be categorized as strategy SAFE. In the next slide, I have given 5 different composite strategies, sustainable development strategies, that we have to keep in mind. SAFE strategy, strategy credible, strategy efficient, strategy innovative, and strategy transformative. So all these composite strategies ought to be kept in mind, and we have to design such strategies and implement and adapt for a sustainable socio-economic development of the service sector. And we can say that we have to have our economy as economically viable, socially responsible, eco-friendly, and we have to design those sustainable strategies by considering all these dimensions: economic, social, and environment. We can say that economically viable, socially responsible, environmentally friendly, sustainable strategies must be evolved and implemented to manage risks like COVID-19, to have a vibrant sectoral development. So with this, I just conclude myself. the presentation. So we have to have a vibrant service sector by designing those strategies what I have recommended, and be safe, enjoy the services, and try to develop our nation with not only service sector, we should not forget about the agriculture sector and industrial sector. So altogether, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your thought-provoking speech, sir. Actually, before concluding the session, I would like to say a few words about the technical session. In fact, we received about 131 respondents, contributing more than 70 research articles. Due to the time paucity, we could not allow all the participants to present their paper. For instance, I'm inviting Mr. Tawfiq, who is a research scholar and who is also an assistant professor in a college. I would like to invite Mr. Tawfiq.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, please, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, sir.
1 minute, please, sir.
Yes,
as we are having another technical session, I request you to kindly conclude within 2 or 3 minutes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, sir. Inshallah, I'll do the same. Assalamu alaikum to one and all. Present here, and good noon to one and all. Especially, I extend my gratitude and thanks to the college management and our mentor and guide, Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, sir, and the fraternity of Department of Commerce, Jamal Muhammad College, who has given me the opportunity to present me a paper on this wonderful seminar. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I don't want to waste so much of time. I'm going to the presentation. As we know that service sectors plays one of the important role and important major role, and it is a rapidly growing industry, business industry in and around the universe. Especially the service sectors plays one of the significant and important role in the various places. But once we talk about the hill station, about the tourist place, we have a major scope for the hotel industries, and people expecting a lot of things in the hotel industries. So I'd like to start my session with the introduction of these things. My paper is about a study on factor influencing consumer preference towards avail hotel services with a special reference to Yeligiri Hill Station. As we know that Yeligiri Hill Station is one of the prominent place in Tamil Nadu. It's one of the prominent place for the tourists. And which kind of hotel services providing there, we are going to discuss about it. I don't want to waste much of time, so I'll directly read out this and I'll explain accordingly. And hotel services, as we know that, become the most recognized industry in and around the globe. Service of the industry include restaurants, rooms, health clubs, and no longer consideration extra services. Among the people, these services are basic elements for the lifestyle, and especially in hill station, there are the widest scope for hotel industry, because the people used to visit over there. The people used to go over there for spend their valuable times over there. So they are expecting a lot of things in the hotel industry. If they are hotel industry are satisfied that, it will create a satisfaction to the customer. Once the customer are satisfied with them, then it will create a loyalty. So we are going to discuss about the review of literature. Most of the reviews, it's concerned about it, that hotel industries, how plays the important role. What are the things plays an important role? Nagarajan and Vaccine et al. 2008. In his study, he clearly said that those who are considering, those who are opting the hotel industries, what are the things they are expecting? The main thing is they are expecting the service qualities. Instead of foods, instead of any other things, maximum people, they are expecting the service quality of the hotels, as well as the safety and security measures. What are the safety measures are there? What are the security measures are there? They are expecting much instead of the rest of the things. So I have drafted a conceptual framework here. It is clearly shows that what are the factors influencing customer loyalty, what are the factors influencing to satisfy the customer, and what are the factors which influence to avail the hotel services. I have presented here the 4 major factors why people are availing hotel services, particularly in hill station. That is, one is because of the socio-economic factor, second one is indoor-outdoor activity, and third one is foods and beverages, and fourth one is quality services. Whenever the people go over there, whenever the people spending times on the hill station, they are expecting the things, indoor-outdoor activities, good foods, quality of services. If these things will satisfied by the customers, then definitely it will lead to be a quality services. When the services are quality, then automatically customers becomes satisfied. Once the customer is satisfied, it will lead to the customer loyalty. So from this study, I have adopted the exploratory method, and I have collected data from the people directly, and we have interacted with them, and we came to the conclusion that most of the studies, the main purpose of the study is to what is the perception of the hotel services consumers. What is the perception of the consumers towards the hotel services, in particularly the tourist place? It's called the Yeligiri Hills, and we have found out the various dimensions. What are the factors influencing to satisfy the customers of the hotel industry? And we finally conclude that we have found out the relationship between the economic factor in the socio-economic factor in the Yeligiri Hill Station. And now, so I don't want to limitation of the studies, as we know that very well, people are not doesn't want to answer the questions because of the various reasons. And we have found out that majority of the persons went to the hill station are male, and married people went to the hill station. And descriptive statistics, it shows that the people, those who are going to the hill station to spend their expectation, to fulfill their expectation because of the vacations they are going, they are venting out, they are visiting to the tourist places. While they are visiting to the tourist places, it shows that mean value shows that they are having higher mean value for most of the people. They are going for the visiting a valuable time. They are visiting the tourist place to spend their valuable times in over there. And particularly in Yeligiri, it's a hill station. There are more of the most people, they went over there to spend some valuable time. At the same time, what are the activities that are happening there? The people used to visit the hill station to spend their time in badminton, cricket, boathouse, especially. These are the things plays an important role. And once we talk about the thing, so people wants to have a delicious foods over there, like foods, biryanis, cakes, and all those things. And instead of that, the people's perception towards the quality, towards what are the qualities required by the consumers, the main thing is the people prefer safety and security. Comparing to the, once we are going to the hotel industries, most of the people, they perceive that, they seem that they must perceive that they are expecting the good services, good qualities, and safeties and securities, followed by the cleanliness and comfortness and any other standard foods, etc. So we are coming to the conclusion here. From the study, we conclude that most of the people, they are waiting to the tourist place and the availing hotel service to spend their valuable times over there, and they're expecting good services from the hotel industry. Once they are satisfied with the services, it will lead to the satisfaction, leads to the customer loyalty. Once the customer becomes the loyal, then it may be a wider scope for the business. On behalf of department and on my own behalf, personally, I thank Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman sir, who is my mentor and guide, and overall the college committee members, those who have given an opportunity to present this paper. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tawfiq. Let me take this opportunity to thank the resource person, who is a resourceful person, who gave a special lecture, which was an eye-opening session. He highlighted the contribution of service sector towards the GDP, more especially in this pandemic period. Let me thank once again our resource person. Thank you, sir. And I also take this opportunity to thank the contributories and also the technical persons and staff members of our own department and the department of other departments, brother departments, for contributing in conducting the seminar in a successful manner. Once again, thank you all. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bashir. Please take over the session, sir. Thank you, sir.
I request all the participants kindly wait for some minute. Session 2 will be continued soon. Welcome, sir.
Bashir, sir. Shall we begin the next session?
Yes, sir. Hadi sir will be the in charge. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, today's seminar, I invite Dr. Pratibha Banerjee. So, Pratibha Banerjee is the Pratibha Banerjee, so Dean Faculty, so of postgraduate students, commerce, and the head additional in charge of BBA, and also the NAC Academy of University of West Bengal. The qualification of Pratibha Banerjee, that is the gold medal. First, ma'am has to be get the gold medal of the first rank in the PG. Next, he completed the NET, and also he taken the MPhil and PhD from the University of Paldran. So the teaching experience of the ma'am is so financial market, and also he is taking services. So the teaching research experience of 16 years. She will be publishing so awareness of various information, that is the various faculties, and also he completed various journals and also international national journals, 2315 in the various writing of books, 13 books also, and also ma'am has to be taken 74 of various instructions. So he also the Dean Faculty Council, and also the ma'am has to be the Council of XKV University, Kurla, West Bengal, the NAC peer team of the member, he is a NAC peer team, and also the ma'am has to be taken of edited books of the sports, so index journal also. Now I welcome Dr. Pratibha Banerjee to start the session.
Thank you, Dr. Haibur Rahman, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Haibur Rahman, sir, for introducing me with the learned participants of this international seminar on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy, which has been organized by PG and Research Department of Commerce of this prestigious Jamal Muhammad College, Trichy. Honorable Secretary and Correspondent of this college, Dr. A.K. Khaja Najimuddin, sir. Honorable Principal of Jamal Muhammad College, who is also the chairman of this event, Dr. S. Ismail Mohidin, yes, sir. Honorable Vice Principal, Additional Vice Principal, Treasurer, Honorary Directors, Assistant Secretary, Honorable Convener of this international seminar and Head Department of Commerce, respected Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman Sarji, Honorable Joint Organizing Secretaries of this event, Dr. K. Bijoy Kumar and Dr. Y. Moidin sir, and all the members of the organizing committee of this international event. Respected keynote speaker of the inaugural session, Dr. Moidin Abul Kadil sir from Singapore, who is also the alumnus of this prestigious college. Respected speaker of different sessions, Dr. M. Karthikeyan sir from Wallo University, Ethiopia, Dr. A. Ravi Chandran sir from University of Delhi, Dr. Konkapati Srinivas Rao from Osmania University, Hyderabad, who is also a very good friend of mine. Learned academicians, dear paper presenters, and valued participants. A very good morning to all of you present here virtually. And I also wish you all the best and a very happy and blessed new year to 2021. It's really a matter of great privilege and honor for me to be a part of this mega academic event organized by this college, this prestigious college, and you can say very old institutions in the state of Tamil Nadu. Having more than 10,000 students and having 12 sections in the Department of Commerce, all this I could know from the inaugural session speech. I'm very much thankful to the authorities of Jamal Muhammad College for giving me such a rare opportunity to come in touch with this prestigious college and giving me the opportunity of meeting you all here, albeit virtually. My sincere thanks also to Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman sir, who is a very nice person to meet, and Dr. K. Bijoy Kumar, who is very much known to me, and he's the main person for whom I got the opportunity to be here today. That means he's the person for my presence here today. And at the same time, I would also like to congratulate from core of my heart and wish to give a big applause to the convener and his entire team from Jamal Muhammad College for organizing such a mega event, in the sense that where esteemed academicians from different institutions, from different countries are there. And I also could know that a very good number of papers are there for presentation in this conference, but due to paucity of time, it may not be possible to present all the papers. So with this, now coming into today's theme, let me start with sharing some words with you on a present business as well as economic scenario of our country, and thereafter I shall try to touch upon some issues relating to service sector of our country. Dear participants and esteemed academicians, at present we are all passing through a very difficult period, and the situation has become, as well as also becoming, more complicated, more difficult, and you can say more uncertain day by day, irrespective of our place of residence, place of work, or our socio-economic stratification, whatever it may be. And the complexities are not only concerning the present, or you can say at micro level, but equally also for the future, for the economy at large. Because the pandemic-driven health crisis has led to a severe economic shock and deep recession, impacting adversely the economic foundations and growth path of almost all the countries around the globe, not only for India, not only for developing nations, equally for the developing, developed, advanced economies, with more or less equal intensities. Economic activities around the globe, have been disrupted to a great extent, affecting almost each and every sector, whether it is from agricultural sector, whether it is from manufacturing sector, whether it is from service sector, whatever it may be. Every sector of the economy have severely affected due to the outbreak of the pandemic. obviously with different intensities and obviously with different consequences. Every day we are getting various reports, projections, estimates published by a government and other various types of agencies about the multi-dimensional contraction of our economy in the during as well as post-pandemic period, and possibly highly alarming consequences on such contraction in sectors like MSMEs, logistic, tourism, hospitality, civil aviation, agriculture, etc., which all are considered as the backbone of Indian economy, with others. And most importantly, significant contraction in employment in each and every sector, as per the employment elasticity of output of different sectors of our economy. But most importantly, in the MSME sector, again, and also in other informal sectors, which are again considered as the growth engine of the economy, not only for our country, but for almost each and every country around the globe. Again, if we have a look at the unemployment scenario of our country, then we'll see that during the prolonged period of lockdown that we witnessed in the last year, unemployment in the country rose significantly. And as per an estimate, around 14 crores of people lost their unemployment during this period, that means during the last year. And salaries were cut for many others. The situation was more severe and acute for those who are in the informal sector and those daily earning on a daily basis, mostly the wage earner. Business from almost all the sectors in our country have witnessed major stress and challenges due to a number of reasons, like disruption in supply chain, significant decline in demand, except essentials or those have been projected to be affected significantly further in the post-pandemic period also. Major companies from different sectors like Larsen & Toubro, Ultratech, Bharat Forge, Cement, Bhel, giant companies from garment sectors like Grasim, Aditya Birla Group, automobile giant like Maruti, Tata Motors, and many others have temporarily suspended or significantly reduced their operations. In case of fast-moving consumer goods, though they are in a comparatively better position as compared to the companies from other sectors, also have significantly reduced their operations. And they are also mainly focusing on the essentials, and they are cutting production of other categories of their productions. Again, in case of young startups for our country, they have been impacted severely because the funding has fallen significantly for them. As per a report, just during the 2 months in the last year, the flow of fund to them has declined 45%. Business from tourism, businesses from airline sectors are in tremendous pressure. And they were compelled to cut salaries and laid off employees because they did not have any other option other than to go for that. And the estimated loss for the tourism industry for the first quarter of the last year was more than 15,000 crores of rupees, as per the report published by CII, ASSOCHAM, etc. And they also have a point that these sectors, that means the sectors from tourism industry, hospitality industry, airline, civil aviation, they will experience another sorts of severity in the days to come in terms of earning generation of revenue, scope for employment to the employees, etc. Revenue from went down even up to 95%. Just consider the situation of different where their revenue went down to up to 95% during the last year. And this is the very common scenario in almost every sector of our economy. In case of export, in case of import, in case of energy, in case of agriculture, in case of manufacturing, trading, e-commerce, logistics, or even defense. You know, defense ministry also cut down their expenditure in the last year. In case of agriculture, you know, a large number of farmers around the country, especially who grow perishables, have witnessed major challenges and also facing difficulty as well as uncertainty for the future till now. Many farmers could not harvest their crop in the last year, and majority of them who could harvest reported yield loss due to many reasons. Taking just if you take the example of the state of West Bengal, you know, in Darjeeling district is very famous for tea production, and due to logistic problems, tea estate in the entire Darjeeling district were unable to harvest their first flush. And the impact of this on the second flush is also not known to them at present or right now. And the entire Darjeeling tea-based industry is witnessing significant fall in revenue. These are the present scenario that we have witnessed as well as witnessing at present. And to address all these issues, like all other countries around the globe, our country also, along with undertaking appropriate health measures to contain the spread of the disease, has announced a variety of measures to tackle the situation, from a very food security and extra funds for the healthcare to sectors related incentives, tax deadline extension for income tax, GST, etc., etc. But all those stimulus packages were to address and restore the social, economic, socio-economic disorders targeting the short run, like reduced business and economic activities, a shrinkage of trade, contraction of job, contraction in employment, contraction of employment production in MSME sector, agricultural sector, informal sector, to restore disruption of supply chains, bearish sentiment in financial markets, though our stock market is performing comparatively in a better way than the stock market of other countries. Many reports, many studies have already documented in that respect. But what the country needs to implement, the country needs to design appropriate strategies and policy measures to develop economic antibodies, that is vaccine, economic antibodies for revival of the economy in the post-pandemic period that will witnessed in near future, to contain further economic disorders and also to enable the economy to adjust for the new normal. So for that, comprehensive policy measures need to be formulated. You know, another issue that cropped up in the past, that is the debate between the economic danger versus the health risks regarding opening or reopening or resuming lockdown and this and this. That means which one should be prioritized, lives or livelihoods, because these are very much interlinked and very much important, inseparable. Another issue is that government has stressed on pandemic-driven opportunity for our country to increase self-reliance and propose for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Self-reliant means it does not mean that cutting off the country from the rest of the world, but it only means that reducing the dependence on other nations for its import as far as practicable. Again, in the post period, many companies and also you can say many economies are expected to adopt de-risking strategies. That means previous speaker has touched upon, and shifting their bases either partially or fully from China. And also they are going for contract manufacturing. So all these can create great opportunity for India. But to capitalize that opportunity, a comprehensive, a well-structured, a well-thought policy measures need to be implemented. And if our country can capitalize these opportunities that is expected to emerge in the post-pandemic period, then it will surely contribute a lot to revive as well as boost up our economy for the future. Comprising sustaining as well as developing activities in all the sectors, that is primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector. Now coming into, I think I have to within 10-15 minutes. So now coming into the service sector scenario of our country. You know that the service sector is also called tertiary sector, and it is considered the third piece of the three-part economy of our country. The first economic sector is the primary sector, which covers farming, mining, agriculture-related business activities of our economy. The secondary sector covers the manufacturing and business activities that facilitate the production of tangible goods from the raw material that is produced by the primary sector. And the service sector is classified as the third economic sector, that means tertiary sector. Though this sector is primarily responsible for the largest portion of the global economy's business activity, still it is termed as the tertiary sector. Now, this sector produces basically the intangible goods, so and say the more precisely render services instead of producing something, that is manufacturing of goods, and covers a wide variety of activities like trade, both retail, wholesale, warehousing, transportation, information technology, telecommunication, securities and other related investment services, banking services, financing, insurance, whatnot, real estate, professional services, legal services, consultancy services, tourism sector, hotel restaurant sector, entertainment, recreation, maintenance, repair, training, whatever it may be, from office cleaning to rock concert or you can say brain operation, brain surgery. All these categories are covered up under the service sector. Now, over the period of time, our robust manufacturing as productive agricultural sector that we have promoted and boosted service industry in our country, and has now become mainstay of GDP and employment generation for our country, along with its significant contribution in attracting foreign direct investment as well as contribution to export of the country. This sector is now the largest or you can say dominant sector of our economy. And at the same time, this sector is the key driver for India's presently. This sector, contributes more than 60% to India's total GDP. It varies, but around 62 or 3. That means more than 60% GDP comes from this sector, and more importantly, this is for some other states like Karnataka. For Karnataka, more than 70% of the GDP, state GDP comes from service sector, while industrial sector contributing around only 31%, and agricultural sector around 15% only. Again, service sector provides highest employment. Sorry, second highest employment just after agricultural sector, and its contribution in employment to the workforce is 30, just after agriculture, which is around 50%, not exactly 50%, but around 50%. And nearly or more than half of the total, those are coming to India are from. And this is not only the case for our country. The service sector is the largest sector of the global economy equally in terms of both value addition as well as for generation of employment. And this sector is much more important for the advanced and developing countries, developing economies, developed economies. In the present world, countries which or economy, the service sector is considered as the developed. The countries which are centered around the service sector activities are considered as the advanced countries, and which are centered around industrial or agricultural sector as considered as developing or less developed. And there are many countries are there for which nearly 95% of the GDP comes from the service sector, up to 95%. Can you imagine? Up to 90% of the total GDP comes from service sector, and this is the case for many developing, many developed and advanced countries. And among the countries that place heavy emphasis on service sector, the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, France, China. These are ranking top in the list. For example, in the United States, to know the general scenario of business activities, economic activities, there is a monthly index published by ISM. And what does this index indicate? This index details the general state of business activity in the service sector. These are the index constructed to details the present scenario, the general state of business activity in the service sector. And that index is regarded as the metric or barometer for the overall economic health of the country, because approximately 2/3 of US economic activity occurs in the service sector. So we can understand the importance that the developed countries attached to service sector. In that list, at present, our country occupies 8th position after UK, China, Brazil, Germany, and another few countries. It's the position of our country is 8th in the list. Now, if we have an idea or understanding on present scenario and present position of service sectors of our country in a few different areas, different segments, like trade. you know that trade is the most important segment of India's GDP, and GDP from trade, combining wholesaling as well as retailing, both from organized as well as unorganized sector, nearly 5 lakh crores, or maybe more than that. And its contribution in the GDP stands fairly around 15%. We know that the last decade has witnessed a significant acceleration in the growth rate of GDP, and it has been in the range of 8 to 9% in the last few years, apart from the except the last year. And this fast growth means rising disposable income of the population at large, and more importantly, to that of the middle class. With a growth in the consuming population, the retail business also got a boost. But as these businesses are both from formal as well as informal sectors, as well as of different sizes, for which no exact data are available. There is no official estimates of the size of the retail trade in our country, but some estimates like NSSO, ICR put their number at 1.3 crore, and employment in this sector is around 3 crores, which constitutes 7.3%. On the basis of employment intensity, and with the fast growth in the GDP, as well as rising disposable income of the consumable class, mainly the middle, organized corporate sector has started showing their interest in the retail business. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are audible, sir. You are audible. You can continue, sir.
Sir, am I audible? I am audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Sir, unmute your mic, sir.
கூப்பிடுறாரா?
ஸ்கிரீன் மட்டும் வேணும். அவரு சார் சாரது பிரச்சனை.
Sir, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Sir, actually, I am extremely sorry. Actually, sir, in my place, heavy rain is going on.
So no
Sir, no issue, sir. No issue, sir. You may continue, sir. No problem, sir. You may continue.
So, sir, I think it will be better if I put my video off so that we can get good bandwidth.
Now it is clear, sir. Now it is clear. You can.
Yes. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Now, if we again after trade, if we consider another sector, that means the tourism sector, including hotel and restaurant businesses, then we'll see that. Am I audible, sir?
Sir, yes, sir. Audible, sir. You can continue, sir.
And, tourism is another major engine of economic growth for our country. And you know, this is the situation for most of the countries in the world. Since tourism does not fall under a single heading, so its contribution obviously subject to matter of some subjective judgment and estimation. As per some estimates for our country, the contribution of this sector to the country's GDP and to country's total jobs are nearly 6% and 10% respectively. That means that this sector contributes nearly 6% to India's GDP and provides employments to nearly 10% of the workforce of our country, both in direct way or as well as in indirect way, because you know for a tourism industry, many persons remain engaged indirectly. Again, according to the I am just skipping these reports. just take another glimpse, the total number of tourism jobs in our country increased substantially for promotion of this sector in the recent, in the last 2 decades, from the beginning of this century to the end of the last decades. And this sector also plays a very important role in the country's foreign exchange earnings, as its share to India's export of services nearly 13%. Again, if you consider the hotel and restaurant sector, you know, a large number of workforce remain engaged in this sector, either directly or indirectly. And obviously, it's an important component of tourism sector, because tourism sector cannot flourish until and unless this sector is developed and organized. And this sector plays a very important role in the economy, as availability of good quality and affordable hotels plays an important role in boosting the growth of tourism industry in our country. We all know that in our country at present, we have a very good number of hotels with nearly 1 lakh of room capacity, comprising various types of accommodation, like star category, heritage category, timeshare, apartment, and so on. And the share of the hotel and restaurant sector in the tourism sector, as well as in the overall economy, has increased over the period of time. So, just to share some of the views on some of the sectors. Many other sectors, prominent sectors are there. You know, shipping sector, which is very much important for the foreign trade of our country. If you consider the sector like warehousing or storage, it also plays a very significant role in the economic activity, because the other sectors, performance of the other sectors are very much linked to this sector, from trading sector, from agricultural sector, whatever it may be, both inbound supply as well as outbound supply. Every other sector has to rely upon the good storage as well as warehousing services. You know, India is very much in a good position regarding the legal services, in the consultancy services, both from the field of management consultancy as well as engineering consultancy. And you know that though management consultancy services still remain in nascent stage, engineering services has flourished over the period of time, and it is considered as the flourishing sector at present. You know, the construction sector, you know, the real estate services, IT services, telecom and related services, including broadband, technology, you know, research and development services. So many sectors, promising sectors are there from service sector. And just to conclude, because it is we have just lost our time, just I am finishing within 5 minutes maximum. Now, just to wrap up in a few minutes, that we can say that India has the fastest growing service sector in the world, and the government is continuously taking aggressive steps to increase the India's commercial services export share in the global service market. You know, India has distinctive competencies as well as competitive advantage formed by the knowledge-based society, knowledge-based services, and it makes unique emerging market in the world for this competitive advantage. Again, backed by several government initiatives, the service sector in India has the potential to unlock a multi-trillion dollar of economy, multi-trillion dollar of opportunity, which can create a symbiotic growth for the country. I'd like to mention at the end, to conclude my lecture, that I'm not coming into the development that happened in the recent past, just to mention a few points regarding the development initiative taken by the government in the just last year during the pandemic year. Just to mention, I am mentioning one or two, 3 points. The Indian healthcare industry is expected to shift digitally and going for remote consultations, consultation. And the telemedicine market for our country is expected to increase at a CAGR of more than 30% by the year 2025. You know, in August of the year 2020, Japan committed a huge amount under the official development assistance program for the health sector of our country to fight the COVID-19 and obviously to improve the resilience of India's health system against the infectious disease. You know, in September 2020, you know, like the NSDC collaborated to accelerate the digital skill for the youth of our country. You know, in the last year, NASCOM Future Skill and also Microsoft going to promote artificial intelligence skilling in our country for the youth. And just to mention the case of Reliance Jio, you know, it sold more than 20% stake in a single month. That would more than $1 trillion to a number of global investors like Facebook, Vista, Abu Dhabi Investment Authority. And this was the largest continuous fundraise by the company in the world. So with this, and you know, a number of initiatives have taken by the government in the last year. Just I would like to mention the case of state of Tamil Nadu. That in the last year, government of Tamil Nadu announced a new electronic and hardware manufacturing policy, aligned with the old policy to increase the state's electronic output substantially by the year by next 5 years. And for that, the state government aims to meet the requirement for incremental human resource by upskilling and imparting training for more than 1 lakh of people. And many other developmental initiatives have been taken by the government, both central government as well as the state government, to promote this sector. So this sector of our country is performing in a very good way, and it is expected to perform in a much more better way, or you can say in an excellent way in the days to come. The Indian facilities management market is expected to grow at more than 17% CAGR. Obviously, for booming real estate, retail, hospitality sector. By 2023, the healthcare and IT industry are expected to reach their new heights. It is the estimates. It's the projection by many institutional projections, many agencies. India's digital economy is estimated to reach $1 trillion by 2025. And the optimism is very much justified for many more segments of services sector of our country. And the implementation of GST also may create some additional advantages or additional competitive advantages, or you can say impetus for the further growth of this sector in the days to come with the reduced prices of services. So with this, I am concluding my lecture. Just I wish to mention one thing is that for making all this happen, the government of our country must have to focus on formulation of strategies as well as implementation of strategies in a more sophisticated way. Unless and until that, it will be actually the policy measures that have been taken are basically a short-term focused, and government did not have any other option other than to focus for the short-term disorders. But to accelerate the growth path for this sector, the government must have to formulate and implement proactive strategy comprehensive strategies to make the country a self-reliant one, to make the country a prosperous and emerging one. With this, once again, I convey my sincere thanks to authority of Jamal Muhammad College and to Vijay Kumarji and HOD sir for giving me this unique opportunity to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable information. Now I request the head of the department to offer a vote of thanks.
I am Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, head of the Department of Commerce. Much awaiting day has come. I met you virtually, sir. Professor Pradipta Banerjee, sir. I met you virtually. Much awaited day has come. You have given very elaborate lecture on changing landscapes of service sector in India. Service sector. Sir, you have given elaborate lecture on changing landscapes of service sector in India. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of the department and my own behalf, I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor Pradipta Banerjee, sir, for having accepted our invitation and delivered a very good lecture on changing landscapes of service sector in India. Once again, I thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to you, Khalilur Rahman Sarji. Thank you so much, sir. And also my thanks to Vijay Kumarji. Actually, he is the main person to make this happen for me.
Sir, thank you so much, sir.
Really happy. I'm feeling really happy to be here. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir. Sir, highly informative one, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's time for lunch break. I request all the participants. Session 3 will continue from 2:30 p.m.
Sure.
Please kindly join.
So, sir, with your permission, I am leaving now and
Yes,
shall
sir. Yes,
join
sir.
the valedictory.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you so much, sir.
Thank
So
you,
this
sir.
is
I shall be there in the valedictory session also to hear
thank
you
you,
all.
thank you. With pleasure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so
And
much,
sir,
sir.
I did not know about your college earlier, and I could know that in the inaugural session that your college is a very, very unique college.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
really my privilege.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please take your own time because
Thank
you
you, sir.
have to join by 2:30, I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Keep in touch, sir. Thank you, sir. அவர்கிட்ட கேளுங்க கண்ணனுக்கு சார் ஃபோன் பண்ணுங்க என்னாச்சு சார் இப்போ என்ன பண்றது இப்போ வெளியே வந்து உள்ள போறதா இல்ல அப்படியே ஆன்லைன்ல இருக்கணுமா
சார் இது ஆன்லைன் இருக்கும் சார் விஜயகுமார் சார்
சார் கண்ணன் சார்
சார் இப்போ ரெக்கார்டிங் மட்டும் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிருக்கேன் சார் நம்ம லைவ்ல தான் சார் இருக்கோம்
பட் அப்படியே ஆன்லைன்ல இருக்கலாம் அப்படிதாங்க சார் இருக்கணும்
ஆமா சார் இருக்கிறவங்க இருக்கலாம் இல்லைன்னா போயிட்டு கூட திரும்ப ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கலாம் சார்
ஓகே ஓகே தேங்க்யூ சார் தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் யுவர் சார் நல்லா சப்போர்ட் பண்ணிடுங்க இது கண்டினியூ ஆகணும் தேங்க்யூ சார் தேங்க்யூ சார் தேங்க்யூ
சாப்பாடு கொடுத்துடலாம்.
Bye. Bye. டீயா தெரியல பை அச்சுட்ட கேட்டுங்க இல்ல விகேஸ் கிட்ட கேட்டுங்க பை
ஒரு 3 யோன போறா
சார் வந்துட்டாங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணா பண்ணிடலாம்
சார் உங்க பேப்பர் எங்க இப்ப படிக்கிறேன்
ஆன்சர்மா
சரி
ஓகே அது வந்தா
நீங்க இப்ப இவரோட செஷன் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கீங்க
ரைட் அவ்வளோதான்
சார் குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன் சார்
இப்போ எடுத்து போட்டு
all of you very good afternoon. The afternoon.
How
Sir, shall
many-
we start it, sir?
No, participants, how many? 20.
Oh, 20, sir.
Only 20.
Yeah.
Can we wait 5 more minutes so that participants?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
I don't have the problem.
Oh, no
But,
problem, sir. Okay.
Professor Dr. Vijay Kumar.
The sir is in the department, sir.
Okay.
Mine also tomorrow.
Can I call him, sir?
No. Let him to come. Don't.
Okay, sir.
Your name, please.
Bashir Ahmed, sir.
Achha, Bashir.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm the candidate of Dr. Mubarak, sir.
Oh. Predecessor, na?
Yes,
Of the
sir.
department.
Yes, sir. Sir now is in self-finance, sir.
Yes. I phoned once. He phoned me.
Okay.
I will get back another 5 minutes. So let them.
Okay, sir.
பேசுகிறேன் அவர்கிட்ட ரவிச்சந்திரன்ட்ட நீங்கள் எடுத்துக்கோங்க.
போயிருங்க சார், கார்ல போயிருங்க. ஆ சார். Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, good morning, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good morning.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. How are you, sir? I am Dr. Khalilur Rahman.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
You are fine?
I am fine, sir.
Fine.
Sir, you have studied your undergraduate in Palani. I am not Palani, sir.
Your voice is breaking.
I see. You have studied your undergraduation in APA, Palani Under Arts College, Palani.
No. That is postgraduate, not undergraduate.
Postgraduate, sir. I am from Palani, sir.
Achha, your native place.
I am from native place, Palani.
Okay.
When I go to your resume, I would understand that you have studied post-graduation in Palani.
Palani Under Arts in the year 1988 to 90.
Okay, fine, sir. I'm native born and brought up in Palani, sir.
Okay. So hardly it will take 2 to 3 hours, na journey.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From Trichy to 3 hours, sir. Three and a half hours.
Yes.
If we go by bus, it will take 3.5 hours, sir. If we go by car, we can reach within 2.5 hours.
Yes. Bypass, through the bypass we can go, na?
Yes, sir. How are you, sir?
Very fine. All of you stay safe, na?
Yes, sir. We safe, sir. Had your lunch, sir?
I had it. Actually, I finished my lunch and I came back from my home.
Okay,
I'm sitting
fine,
in the
sir.
college.
Okay, fine, sir.
Here also we are teaching in online mode.
Yes, sir.
Though the college is open, but teaching and learning process is going
only through
virtual
online.
mode. In Delhi
Okay,
also
okay.
still it is not open
Okay,
in physical form.
Okay, fine, sir. Let us begin the program exactly by 2:30, sir.
No, you can begin if all it is up to you.
Okay, fine, sir.
Dr. Vijay Kumar is there?
Vijay Kumar is here, sir. Vijay Kumar is here. Vijay will come, sir. He will join very soon, sir.
Okay.
Just we had our lunch. Just we had.
You can take your own another 1 or 2 minutes. You can. No problem.
He will join now, sir.
2:30 we can join. We can start at 2:30.
We can start to 2:30.
Okay. So let other participants participants are only very limited, 28 only.
No, they will join, sir.
Okay.
Because our agenda timing is only 2:30. They will join.
Okay. Actually, I prepared a research model which will enable the research scholars to develop their own studies if people are very much interested in human resource management.
Okay, fine, sir. Okay.
So your specialization is which area?
HRM.
HRM.
My area of specialization is HRM, sir.
Okay. I heard the news that in Tamil Nadu there is a heavy rain.
Heavy rain, sir. Heavy rain for the past 3 days. Heavy rain.
Throughout day, night.
Throughout a day and night.
Oh.
எனக்கு கிளாஸ் எனக்கு எந்த ஒரு இது உட்கார்ந்து
I joined in a technical session also. I was present in the technical session.
Okay, sir. Now let us begin, sir.
Okay.
Begin, sir.
Yes. You can.
Okay, sir. Okay.
And please allow me to share the screen first.
Yes, sir.
First formal welcome address, sir.
Okay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon to all. On the behalf of Department of Commerce, I welcome you all to the technical session 3 on issues confronting human resource management in service sector. Indeed, I'm very happy to welcome and introduce our resource person for this session, Dr. A. Ravichandran, Associate Professor of Commerce, Satyavati College, University of Delhi, Ashok Vihar, Delhi. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir has graduated from HH Rajas College, Pudukkottai, from the Bharatdas University, MCom from Madurai Kamaraj University, PGDCA and MPhil from Bharatiyar University, and PhD in Management from Delhi University. Sir authored for a book entitled Human Resource Management Issues Confronting Indian Higher Education, The book was published in the Scholar Press, Germany in 2015. Sir has published several conference papers, both in national and international conferences, and one of which was awarded as the second best paper in an international conference held at New Delhi in 2013. Sir has chaired many technical sessions in national and international conferences. Sir also undertaken and completed a sponsored minor research project by UGC titled HR Issues and Challenges in Higher Education, a study on professional institutions in India. Sir also served in several positions in the current institute, such as teacher in charge of the department, secretary for staff council, and liaison officer. Apart from his current teaching position, he is also holding a placement officer, nodal officer for central government scholarship, and a member in the board of governance for one of the KV school in Delhi. Sir visited 2 countries, Mauritius and Dubai, for presenting papers. I'm very happy to welcome all the participant student friends. Once again, I welcome you all for this technical session. With these few words, I hand over the session to the chief person. Please, sir.
Thank you so much for introducing kindly me
Thank
in
you,
this session. Please, can I share the screen?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay.
You can continue.
Okay. Okay. A very good afternoon, all of you. I am very delightful to meet all of you in this platform and hope that all of you stay very safe. First of all, I wish to thank the secretary and correspondent of Jamal Muhammad College, Dr. A.K. Gaja Nazimuddin, principal of the college, Dr. Ismail Moeddin, head Department of Commerce, Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, organizing secretaries of the seminar, Dr. K. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Moeddin Shah, participants, faculty members, and other dignitaries of the college for having kindly invited me as a resource person for this an important international seminar, that is service sector in India making new avenues in Indian economy. Actually, my session I have divided into 2 parts. In my first in my first part, I would like to share my views about the prominent HR issues facing Indian service sector. And in my second part, I would like to share a research model which I have developed based on the existing research studies and which would enable those who are very much interested in the HR area. You can develop a new study from this model that I would like to share in my second part. Let me share first the prominent issues in the service sector, prominent HR issues in the service sector. So all we are aware that we are living in the present, we are living in the knowledge era. We have shifted from touch labor to knowledge workforce in almost in all sector of the economy. So in since our in the present knowledge era, our economy largely depends on services sector. How I can say this? It contributes to GDP more than 54%, but it occupies only 34% of total employment. What I can say here, the service sector has high share of income and relatively low share of employment as against the agricultural sector, where it contributes only 17% to its GDP, but it provides job opportunities to more than 50% of population in India. Though the service sector occupies only 34% of employment, there are certain issues while managing its human resource. First issue, talent shortage. India is the largest, I would like to important point I would like to point out. India is the largest country in the world having more young manpower. But at the same time, we are facing acute talent shortage. Though we are having more number of largest country in the world having more young manpower, at the same time, we are only the person facing more acute talent shortage in the world. Average in the, sorry, I think somebody is doing something in the screen. Yes. We are the largest country in the world having more young manpower. At the same time, we are facing the talent shortage. Overall world talent shortage is 45%. But in India, it is 56% of the employers, particularly in the services sector, they find it difficult to fill the vacant position because of the non-availability of the talent. The most affected industry in the services sector is financial analyst, financial and data analyst, and followed by IT sector and IT enabled industries. There are 3 million cyber security professionals or shortage in India at present. That people have more demand in the Indian services sector, and they are the people who protect the IT service, IT infrastructure almost to all industries, not only in services sector. These people are protecting the IT infrastructure to all the industries. There is no exception in the higher educational sector. Say, for example, in the IIT also, Premier Institute, national important or Premier Institute, IITs and IIMs. In IITs, there are 3,709 teaching posts are lying vacant as per the year record 2019 in all 23 IITs. For bridging this gap, what they have done nowadays, what they are doing, they are engaging the foreign faculty members on contract basis in order to bridge this gap. Because of that, because of the shortage of talent, what the service industries are doing, they are investing huge amount for training and development. People are available in the market. There is no doubt. People are available in the job market. But what the industry is expecting and what we are supplying from the job market, it is highly different. It is highly mismatched. The skill gap deter further the companies investing innovative technology. And mostly we borrowed technology. We are applying borrowed technology almost in high tech industries area. Though it is not related to service industry, I would like to point out. So now Delhi Metro, Chennai Metro, even Kudangulam nuclear power project. These are all not Indian technology. These are all borrowed technology, and we are paying huge amount of royalty. So we should think why it should not have Indian technology. So because of, there are two reasons. Before that, I would like to point out the employability, the low rate of employability workforce. The employers will lose their bargaining power while determining the pay packages because of the non-availability of the skilled workforce, non-availability of adequate skilled workforce in our country, and employers losing their bargaining power while fixing the salaries and other monetary benefit. So what I can say that there are two important reasons which I could share with you why our country facing, our service sector in India facing acute shortage of talent. The number one is our standard of education. Our standard of education is not up to the mark. The recent statistics from the regulatory bodies of higher education in our country, what they have pointed out, what they have identified, only 25% of the technical graduates are employable. And 10 to 15% are from other graduates. Only these meager percentages are employable, and rest are not employable. They are simply fulfilling the minimum eligibility criteria and completing the qualification for applying the job. And the second reason is brain drain. Brain drain means we are exporting the qualified human resource to foreign countries. We are not able to attract and retain our own qualified, our own talent for the development of our own country. We are not able to attract and retain the qualified people in our country, in the Indian industrial organization or service sectors. How it is, I can share one thing. In the, say for example, the students who are passing out from premier institute, the IITs, IIMs, and once they graduated from their institute, and most of the IITians travel to abroad, particularly industrially advanced countries, to pursue for their higher studies, their higher and research degrees. They are going, and for which they are spending huge amount through either through self-mode or through education loan. And after completing the higher studies in the countries where they travel, and they don't want to return, even if they want to return, and we are not able to make them in internationally competitive monetary package. Though our within domestically, say for example, in 7th Pay Commission, we are getting handsome salary, but it is domestically it is competitive, but not internationally competitive. And those students who traveled to abroad for higher studies and research degree, and they, even if they want to return, and we are not in a position to compensate up to their expectation. So they settled, most of the Indian students who visited abroad for higher studies, and they mostly do not return to our country, and they settled in there itself. So the government of India has taken certain steps to improve the skilled workforce talent in order to minimize the talent shortage. Say establishment of skill development corporation, National Institute ranking framework, Institute of Eminence, and other measures the government of India frequently, the regulatory bodies of higher education, frequently they are taking, but still we are facing this challenge. And I would like to suggest, even if we permit foreign universities branch campus to set up in India, that would minimize to travel our own students to foreign countries for higher studies. So they will get it foreign degrees studying in India itself. This is one of the suggestions which I would like to share, but it will make another consequences in India. It may develop further consequences. Educational sector is mainly concerned with the social development. So with respect to social development, how the foreign university people will take care of social development in our country setup. So in that point, I would limit only with this. If we permit foreign university campus, it is possible to restrict to travel our own students to foreign countries. They will continue their higher studies in foreign universities branch campus established in India itself. So in this way, we can stop our students to going abroad, but we cannot compel this. But though there is acute shortages the service sectors is facing, the service sectors in India established well its own global brand in many field of economy. In the service sector, particularly travel, we have established our own global brand. Tourism sector, we have established our own global brand. Hotel industry, we have established our own global brand. IT and IT enabled sector, we have our own global brand. Banking sector, if you visit Mauritius or some other countries, you can find a branch unit of State Bank of India or ICICI Bank. Insurance sector also we have established global brand, our own global brand. Telecommunication, media, publication. In these sectors, these are all the service sector. Though the service sector of our country, facing acute talent shortage. This service sector has well established its own global brand. Though we are not able to establish global brand, say in manufacturing sector, we can't say that. Hardly maybe one or two. Even Tata Steel established in UK, that unit also closed. And manufacturing sector, which is the traditional sector of the business. And still we are not having adequate or considerable share of global market. We are not able to establish our own global brand in the manufacturing sector. But in the services sector, though it faced certain issues related to human resource management, it well established global brand, Indian global brand in various field of service sector, travel, tourism, hotel, IT and IT enabled sector, banking, insurance, telecommunication, media, and publications. But even if it is established a global brand, if we strengthen sufficient number of talented people in this sector, definitely it is possible to bring up our Indian economy, the second or third largest economy in the world. So therefore, we can concentrate to produce more number of employable graduates from the higher educational sector and also from the educational sector. Then the second issue that in service sector in India is facing employee attrition. Employee attrition is nothing but employee turnover. I am using the word attrition, and it is nothing but it is employee turnover. So how it is happening employee attrition very frequently in the services sector? Because of the same reason, due to the non-availability of adequate number of skilled workforce, or due to talent shortage. The service industries in India are experiencing increasing trend of employee attrition or employee turnover. The current attrition rate in India is average 30 to 40%. And IT enabled sector, it is crosses more than 50% of employee turnover. And present pandemic situation, present COVID-19 pandemic situation pressured further to all sectors, particularly service organization, to put layoff. Many services sectors during the pandemic situation, many service sector forced to give layoff to its employees. The most affected industry is travel, tourism, and hotel. And it is very difficult to revive this industry until 1 or 2 years, or unless otherwise the vaccination of the COVID-19 is successfully completed, and the travel, tourism, and the hotel industry will get definitely revived. And even in the higher educational sector, 1/4 of the faculty, particularly in the private and self-financed institute, leave from the current institute. They want to leave from the current institute. There is no faculty turnover in the government side, government institute. But we are experiencing self-financing colleges and self-financing institutes are experiencing more. 1/4 of the faculty, it is a statistical report, 1/4 of the faculty members wants to leave from the current institute, and they want to join in other organization, either in the industrial side or in other higher educational sector, due to various reasons, particularly for the monetary benefit reason, particularly due to the monetary benefit. And 56% of Indian companies find it difficult to attract and retain the talent. Because of that, they are not able to retain the talent. And minimum attrition is healthy for any organization. Minimum attrition, minimum employee or turnover or minimum employee attrition is healthy for any organization due to retirement or due to illness or due to any other reason. Minimum employee turnover is healthy for any organization. But for maximum employee turnover, which will lead to
increasing cost of training and development and increasing cost of recruitment, and it will diminish the morale of remaining employees. So why it is happening frequent employee turnover in the services sector? Service sector is facing this problem very frequently. They are not able to retain, even they developed, even they give much training to them, and they are not able to retain, because service sector industries are employers of the service sectors losing their capability of bargaining power. Because in the present situation, knowledge workforce is the king in the job market. They are the people to determine their salaries. If one is adequate capability, if we do have adequate capability, skill and knowledge and competent, and we are the person to determine our salary and our professional career. All this, not employer. I'm frankly sharing with you. So employer, why they are nowadays, they are losing their this power, this bargaining power with the employee, because the main reason is a shortage of talent. And another reason why employee turnover is happening, that is grabbing of skilled workforce by rival competitors. The other companies, either directly or indirectly, they want to grab the skilled workforce from the competitive organization. And the other reason, the uncompetitive monetary benefits. Then conflict with superiors, peer groups, and subordinates. And these three reasons people wants to leave from the organization, and which makes more employee turnover in the service industries. Then the third important issue which are facing by the service organization, the technological advancement. The technological changes are happening in all field of economy. There is no exceptional. In all field of economy, the technological changes is happening very frequently. Not only in India, all over the world. What I would like to suggest, it is very frequent, but the speed, what is that? The speed of technological development and the speed of updating the skill in the workforce of the organization is not in same direction. There is a huge difference. Between the technological update happened in the industry and HR department facing to update the skill according to the new development of the technological development. No other way. The companies are under compulsion to adopt the technological development as and when it is happened, because they will always try to avail the benefit of a competitive advantage to reduce the cost of production or to reduce the cost of service. Otherwise they will be the loser from the market. So they will adopt. But at the same time, the HR department in the organization, every time they are facing the challenge to bring the current workforce to the level up to the latest update of technological. Even in the present situation, we are all teaching in through online mode. It was happened suddenly. We are almost, I hope that all we people are comfortable to teach in online mode, either Zoom platform or Google Meet or any other platform. We are all comfortable. Mostly, I hope that we are all comfortable to teach. But at the same time, whether all the teachers are comfortable to handle other components of teaching and learning process through the online mode. Say, for example, in the Google Classroom, one can upload the assignment to the students, and students can submit the assignment through the Google Classroom, and we can evaluate the assignment, we can grade, we can conduct online test, online examination, and through the online mode we can grade the students and we can assess the performance of the students. All these activities, it is possible through Google Classroom and even that other platform, say Microsoft Teams or WebEx. but how many of us are comfortable? Mostly young people, young talent in the teaching job, they are easily updating their skills because of the age factor. But most of the senior faculty members who were already uncomfortable with the computer, and they find very much difficult to handle apart from the online teaching. Apart from that, I don't have any research evidence how many teachers are uncomfortable with online teaching mode. But mostly 90%, I am hoping that we are comfortable to teach for online, either Google Meet or Zoom platform or some other mode. But many of us are not comfortable to handle other components of teaching and learning process through online. So it was happened suddenly because of the technological development. So for this Zoom mode or Google Meet or Microsoft Team, it is not developed during the pandemic crisis. It was developed before pandemic. It was already existed. We were not familiar in that time, and we are comfortable to traditional mode of teaching and learning, that is chalk and talk method. And our policy might not have permitted, higher educational policy might not have permitted to adopt the latest technology in the teaching and the learning process. Now we are under compulsion to teach, to do all our teaching and learning process through online mode. Maybe we are even PhD Viva Voce examinations are conducting online mode, and the online PhD Viva Voce examination may be a permanent feature even after the present pandemic or present lockdown is completely lifted. I think the university may think over to continue the online Viva Voce examination even after the lockdown is lifted, because there are two benefits. Number one, cost can be reduced. Travel and other expenditure of the examiners and other expenditure, they can reduce the cost. Then second advantage to the candidate point of view, and they can enhance their self-confidence because they will get it audience throughout the country. Even internationally, they can get it audience. So the researcher can strengthen more the research scholar to build up their confidence to face or to defend adequately their PhD thesis. So these two benefits one can avail. In case if university wants to continue the same feature even after the lockdown is lifted. It is my personal view. I'm not sure whether the university will continue or not. And the second reason, first challenge to the HR department as and when the technology is updated. The first challenge is to updating the present workforce up to the latest technology. The second challenge to the HR department as and when the technology is changed, it is downsizing it will find the surplus workforce. So the department is forced to downsize the workforce, which we cannot easily do. There are a lot of formalities we have to follow. And the company will have to follow the labor laws. So it will find, but even that it is challenging. They are offering the compensation. Even there is a news from the government side. Government of India is seriously considering to give the early retirement to central staff, either 33 years of service or 60 years of age, whichever falls earlier. Government of India it is a news. It may be implemented a month or two, or it may not be implemented. I don't know, but there is a news. They want to they are seriously considering to this option for those people who are completing 33 years of service or 60 years of age, whichever falls earlier. But I am not sure. Why? Because government also introduced the technological in all the government department. So most of the senior people, they are very much they are not very much comfortable in the new technology based work system, and the government consider that they are not fit to the current requirement of the technology. So they want to give early retirement with the proper compensation, full monetary benefit, and they want to recruit newly young talented people. This is what their aim, but I don't know whether it will happen or not, but they are considering. There is a news, it is only the news. And fourth, that is a workforce diversity. Workforce diversity, present competitive world, organization cannot get it all expertise from the same group or same locality or same community or same religion. So in order to avail the benefit of the expertise, the organization, the service industries are under compulsion to apply diversity of workforce, particularly the software industry. They are engaging more women workforce than the men. So what they are facing the problem by applying the workforce diversity, number one consequence is discrimination in all respect to provision of infrastructure or promotion or travel or training and development or in all higher responsibilities. In this, the organizations are experiencing discrimination, harassment, particularly sexual harassment in the workplace. This is the consequence by applying the diversity workforce, and which are experiencing almost all service organization, and most of the software industries are facing this problem by applying the workforce diversity. The next one is lack of employee empowerment. Lack of employee empowerment. So employee empowerment is nothing but it is the discretionary power. That means organization should consider its employees as an important resource. Employers should be allowed employees freely to express their opinion, their suggestion in any constructive forum without fearness of harassment and any negative consequences. The employer should consult critical decision before its implementation. But in these cases also, what the service industries are facing, there are two issues in this case. One is lack of capability among the employees. The other one is, even if the organization wants to make the employee more empowered, employee do not have adequate skills, adequate capability. Number one. Number two, in the management point of view or in the organization point of view, most of the superiors do not like to give delegation of authority. They want to have concentration of the power. They don't like to delegate the authorities, delegate the power to the employees. This is the problem. This is another issues with regards to employee empowerment. What I would like to suggest, if employees are more empowered, they will become more committed workforce, and it will strengthen their self-confidence and face any problem. They will not hesitate any problem. They will not avoid any problem. Even voluntarily they will invite and they will face the problem. But people should have more empowered. In the higher educational sector, how faculty members are more empowered, how it is possible to empower more faculty empowerment by providing adequate representation of faculty members in the college governing body, faculty recruitment board, and building committee or any purchasing committee and other important decision-making bodies. If faculty members are having adequate representation, if these bodies are having adequate representation from the faculty side, and faculty, these are all the opportunities to the faculty members to empower at their own by expressing, by providing valuable suggestions or opinions. Some of the organization, what they are doing means, it is my experience, they want to give the representation. At the same time, they expect that the people should not speak. What the management, the limited number of people, higher level of people, what they would like to make the decision, that should be accepted by the representative people as well. This is what people are doing indirectly. But even that, service industries, say State Bank of India, TCS, Infosys, Wipro, Reliance, and other service industries they are all having mechanism to improve the employees empowerment by conducting frequently management games, management executive development programs. These organizations are having proper mechanism to improve the employees empowerment, but several organizations they do not have proper mechanism to improve the employees empowerment. The next one is, I will finish this part another 5 minutes, then I will move to the next part. Occupational stress. Occupational stress or job stress. Several organizations, they have shifted from time bound to task based. Nowadays, most of the organizations applying task based work culture system from times based. Because of that, it compels the workforce, the employees, to stay long work hours, over workload. They give more burden because of completion, because of the achievement of the task, to get it more reward. And they are under compulsion to have either long work hours or over workload or both. And also they also get very frequently conflict between the peer groups, then subordinates and superiors also. And these are all the reason to get it occupational stress to the members of the organization. And another reasons are happening in the service in unfair treatment, that is discrimination between male and female, and particular locality and other geographical area people, or some other reason there is a happenings are doing in the organization, unfair treatment in the matters of promotion, travel, all respect. Then internal politics. So due to these causes, and people are getting nowadays more stress, occupational stress. Sometimes it leads to suicide committed. So there is no statistical evidence. I don't have any statistical evidence at present about the employees committed suicide. But at the same time, I do have some statistical report. It is a challenging to the HR department to come out from the job stress of their own employees. As per the National Crime Records of Bureau 2020, 10,335 Indian students committed suicide due to various reasons. The reasons are fearness in failure in the board exam, parents and teachers' pressure, forced career choice, and low marks secured in the board examination. These are all the reasons for which students take an extreme step to end their life. Because one of once they get this pressure, automatically it leads to stress to the students. And similarly, the other statistical evidence, the other report, as per the Ministry of Defense record, 4th February 2020, 1,100 defense personnel committed suicide between 2010 and 2019. In between these in these years, and defense people also committed suicide due to denial of leave, humiliation by the superior, discrimination, and autocratic style of the leadership, autocratic leadership style of the superiors. Because of that, and defense people also gets stress, and they also took extreme step to end their life. The last one is work-life balance. Because of the stress. And now we have shifted our setup, our family setup, Indian family setup. We have shifted from, mostly we are shifting from joint family to nuclear family setup. and there is an increasing trend going work, both the parents. And females are more responsible than male in the household work, because they will act as mother, they will act as wife, they will act as daughter-in-law, they will act as other roles also. So apart from their work assignment, so they have to they have to fulfill all these responsibilities, and because of that, and they are not able to balance between their work and personal life. Not only female, and many of employees, these problems also facing the service, almost all industry, but many service industries are facing this. Women workforce are more in the software industries. People once left from the organization due to any reason, and they will not come back to the same organization because of the child education or any other reason, and they want to quit from the organization, and they are not able to manage, or they are not able to balance between the personal life and work life. Personal life and work life. 1 minute. So and moreover, the single income in our family system is replaced by the double income, and they are able to they are find difficult balance of the family life and work life because of the over workload or long work hours in the organization. And there are several services sector realized this problem, and they introduced a number of work-life balance program in the organization itself. Say, for example, TCS is offering flexible work hours, particularly women employees. They are offering flexible working system and work from home. Nowadays, we are all under compulsion to do all our work from home. But it may be a permanent feature even after the pandemic is over, because once the organization feels that work is completed, even if they do from the home, they can also reduce from the car. They can also reduce the cost of travel and other benefits. Simply, they can create the infrastructure facilities in the their residence itself, and they can ask the employee to work from the home. So therefore, they can manage both personal work as well as work assignment. But at the same time, how it will happen in the present situation itself, people could have experienced work from home is possible to manage, possible to balance between the work life as well as personal life. One should have experienced. There is no research evidence for that, but if it is possible, if it is manageable, organization may think over to continue from the same mode. So what TCS company is offering: flexible work hours, work from home, and family day. Family day, they will invite the family members once in a year, and they will engage all the family people of the employees in and around the organization, and they will facilitate children's games in order to make the family people happily more. And holidays also allowing the people to go for 10 to 15 days to go for any place of India. And yoga practices also introduced in the work time itself. Then sports activities. Say, in Government of India, in the 6th Pay Commission itself, Government of India has realized this problem, and as per the 6th Central Pay, Government of India has introduced child care leave for women workforce. Any central organization, any central government department, a woman employee can avail 720 days during whole service period. They can avail as child care leave. Subject to a condition, one can avail maximum of 2 years, that is 720 days, and the child should not have crossed 18 years of age. Up to 18 years of age, and maximum of the 2 child, and a woman employee can avail these facilities. Because the government should be the role model of the employment. So they realized this problem. Industry has also realized this problem. They have also, the service organization has realized this problem, the work pressure. They realized the people are not able to balance between work and family life. They realized they also started to introduce to more number of work-life balance program, and government has introduced in the 6th Pay Commission. I don't know how Tamil Nadu government is permitting women employees to take 720 days as child care leave, maximum of 2 child and up to 18 years of age of the child. Once the child crossed 18 years and they cannot, but even they introduced the n number of programs, still the organization is facing this work-life balance program. So these are all the certain issues which are facing the service organization. And now I will shift to the second part. So time is having now, organizer, Professor Vijay Kumar.
Yes, sir, you can proceed, sir. No problem, sir.
Okay. So this research model I have developed based on the existing research studies. One can test. I will simply share my views about that model. Then one can test in case if you are interested to conduct any research work in the human resource management. You can apply any organization, whether it is service or manufacturing or any industry, you can apply this model. You can test some of the variables. It's very difficult to test all the variables, but some of the variables you can test wherever the research gap is there. So the model title is Structural Features, HR Systems and Practices and its Outcomes. An empirical research, an empirical relationship model. So first, the organizational structural features. What I have found in the past research, organizational structural features are ownership, number 1, size of the organization, number 2, departmentalization, decentralization, then process, then standard. These are all the components of structural variables which I have found in the past research. And along with the structural features, HR systems and practices. All you must be aware what are the components of HR systems, policies. That is HR planning, recruitment, selection, training and development, compensation, the maintenance of the HR. These are all the components of or the criteria by which you can measure the HR systems and policies. So these two components, that is organizational structural features and HR systems and practices, have significant influences on organizational climate, work-life balance, then HRD climate. These three components, these three variables have been significantly influenced by organizational structural features or human resource HR systems and practices or HR policies and systems. But what I found in the earlier studies, some of the studies, the HR systems and policies are perceived from the members, but it is not correct method. Policies is the factual data. Policies systems is the factual data. One should be able to collect this data from the organization, from the HR manual, HR document, organizational policies. It is there must be a written document. From there only you should collect the HR policies and systems. But there are mixed research studies which I have experienced when I review all the research studies. Some of the studies related to human resource systems and policies were perceived from the organizational member. Some of the studies, they have derived from the factual data. Anyhow, these two components, the basic component, organizational structural feature and HR systems and policies, that these two things have significantly these two components have significantly influenced these three variables, that is organizational climate, work-life balance, HRD climate. The HRD climate is the new latest development, which is developed by the T.V. Rao, Professor T.V. Rao, who is the pioneer person to coin the concept of human resource development climate. But it was the part of organizational climate before 1969. 1969, it was introduced in Western countries. In our country, the concept of human resource development, it was introduced in the year 1972 to 75. They have tested the components of human resource development climate in one of the public sector organization, BHEL. They have applied this concept. And organizational climate, it is plenty of research studies in organizational climate. And HRD climate is latest development after 70s only. It was developed. Work-life balance, you know that. So these three factors have been influenced by organizational structural features and HR systems and policies. Organization climate is nothing but it is certain attributes, certain variables of the organization which could be perceived by the organizational members, organizational employees. What I can say that the people who could smell out what is happening exactly in the campus of the organization or campus of the institute, what is happening. So one could perceive the climate. They cannot say exact. They cannot give any judgment. Similarly, work-life balance also and HRD climate also. But the criteria would be varied between organizational climate and HRD climate. The criteria by which one can measure, it is different. Slightly it is different, but it is not, HRD climate is nothing. It is a part of organizational climate before 1970. These three factors have significant influence. It was influenced based on the research studies to the job satisfaction level of the employees. Job satisfaction, it is not, you have to give your judgment. You have to give, it is not perceived, it is not perception. Satisfied with your monetary benefits, satisfied with your job, satisfied with your training and development or job content. So one can say highly satisfied, moderately satisfied. So they are giving the judgment in this aspect. While job satisfaction is judgment by the member, and organizational climate or work-life balance or HRD climate is a perception of the organizational member about the attributes or components of the particular aspect. So these four variables have been significantly influenced by organizational structural features and HR systems and practices. Then all these 4 plus 6 factors have significant influence on organizational commitment of the employee. Commitment, it is the degree of involvement in the job. It's a degree of involvement. Emotionally, one will attach with the organization. It was measured by affectionate commitment, normative commitment, and continuing commitment. These three components, this organizational commitment was measured in the past research studies. One can apply in your research studies also. And the other aspect is organizational citizenship behavior. Once the people are satisfied, your hypothesis, you can take hypothesis, the job satisfaction of the employee will lead to more committed workforce, more organizational citizenship behavior, Organizational citizenship behavior is a behavior of the employee beyond the work rules, or it is not enforceable by the job rules. It is not enforceable by the job rules. Say, offering the help when it is requested. Then conserving the resources of the organization. This behavior, it is beyond the work rules of the organization. So conserving the resources of the organization, then offering the help when it is requested, then tolerance of inconvenience, temporary inconvenience happen without complaining. So these are all the behaviors of the organizational citizenship. So this is possible as and whenever the employees are more satisfied, whenever the employees perceived the work environment is conducive more, and organization facilitates more work-life balance, and there is a climate condition where if employees perceived more development-oriented climate than restrictive-oriented climate, then these organizational commitment of the employees and organizational citizenship behavior will lead to individual performance of the employee. It was measured. Individual performance of the employee was measured. Task achievement, customer or client satisfaction, quality of the product or quality of the service. Individual performance, that is, employees' performance was measured in the existing research studies by taking task achievement, then customer or client satisfaction, then quality of the product and quality of the service. Then more satisfied employee, more committed workforce will stay with the organization until their retirement. They will not try to cook. They will not try to quit from the organization. If it is negative, if the people are less satisfied, if the people are less committed, and if the climate is not conducive, and there is more work pressure, and people are not able to balance between their work life and family life, and they will think over to quit from the organization, and they will find a better opportunity from other organization, wherever they will get it better opportunities. So intention to quit or intention to stay, it is directly correlated by job satisfaction, and it is directly correlated by organizational commitment of the employees. Then organizational performance was also measured. There are also conducted a huge number of research studies. That means a relationship between job satisfaction and organizational performance. Organizational performance was measured by financial performance, that is profitability and long-term investment and all other aspects. Financial performance was also measured. Then productivity of the organization was also measured in the existing research studies. The last one, that is actual employee attrition. The intention to quit, huge number of research studies related to job satisfaction and the intention to quit or stay among the employees. So there is a gap. Only very limited number of studies which I found in the existing research, that is the relationship between the intention to quit or intention to stay and actual employee attrition, that is employee turnover. So this concept, it is very limited. Though this research, what I would like to suggest from this model, there are plenty of research studies in the existing research which relates organization climate, job satisfaction and individual performance, or organizational climate, job satisfaction, or organizational commitment, or HRD climate and job satisfaction, relationship between HRD climate and job satisfaction, relationship between HRD climate and organizational citizenship behavior, or relationship between job satisfaction and organizational citizenship behavior. There are plenty of research studies both in the manufacturing sector and service organization. So what I would like to suggest from this model, there are limited research studies in the higher educational sector and even in the healthcare sector. Doctors, healthcare sector and higher educational sector, there are limited research studies which I have experienced in the existing research. One can test if you are interested. I would like to explain a few variables. That is, you can put a title, effectiveness of HRD climate on performance of academics. You can test any academics, whether it is private college, public institute, or self-financing, or government aided college, or government college, or engineering college, anywhere. What this? These are all the factors of HRD climates. Fairness in HR systems. Sir, what is the time? It's up. Right. Can I take few more minutes?
Okay, sir.
You can take 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Okay. So these are all the factors which contribute to human resource development climate. Fairness in HR system, opportunity for professional development, professional autonomy of the faculty members, then faculty empowerment, which I explained in the issues itself, then scope for innovation in the educational sector, then management concern. These factors, these are all the factors by which you can measure the HRD climate. And the HRD climate has strong influence to organizational commitment of the faculty members. Then organizational commitment and HRD climate jointly or independently, it will lead to performance of the teaching faculty. Performance of the teaching faculty. Then research and development activities. Then community services of the faculty members. So what I would like to suggest, in the earlier studies, teachers' performance, higher educational sectors, teachers' performance or faculty members' performance was measured by means of academic performance, that is teaching performance. It was measured by obtaining feedback from the student. But there are few studies only which I have found, that is HRD, the relationship between HRD climate, organizational commitment, and research and development activities of the faculty members. So that you can test now. How we can measure the research and development activities? You can divide in 3 parts. Publication, 1 part. Publication of books, publication of book chapters, then book reviews, articles in magazine and newspaper, then peer-reviewed journals publication, or UGC care list publication, or research papers in the conferences, both national level and international level. This you can take it as a publication mode. Then professional development activities such as conducting seminar, sponsoring seminar, traveling to seminar, participating in international conference, then membership in professional bodies, then chairing the technical session, undertaking, that means institute and academic interaction. These activities will have, you can consider as professional development activities. Then third component, you can take it as research and guidance. That means number of students guided for MPhil, PhD, number of thesis evaluated, number of Viva-Voce examination conducted, number of research project, industrially sponsored or UGC or AICTE sponsored projects completed. So these components may publication, professional development activities, and research and guidance. These 3 components you can try and you can test along with the HRD climate and organizational commitment. Extension or community services of the teachers is nothing but it is the what you are contributing your services, valuable services to the social development of the society. So membership in NGO, one aspect one aspect you can consider. Then free of tuition to poor students, then financial help to poor students, then attending a blood donation camp, then donating any socially disadvantaged societies. So these ways by which one can measure the extension or community services of the teachers. I don't have the time, otherwise I could have explained the components, the factors of HRD climate, that is fairness in HR system, opportunity for development. The other research you can try, and this is job satisfaction model or factors. You can test these monetary benefit, job support, job content, interpersonal relation, working conditions, and welfare facilities. That leads to job satisfaction, and which will further relate with the intention to quit or stay. And there is no study in Indian context, the relationship between intention to quit or stay and actual employee turnover. So with this, I would conclude my session. Thank you so much for listening patiently. And I wish all the participants, faculty members, other dignitaries of the college for having a successful and wonderful international seminar. Thank you so much. Any queries, you are most welcome. You can mail me. I don't have the time. You can mail me. I have given 2 email ID. One is personal and another one is my official email ID. So thank you so much, sir, Professor.
Thank you very much, sir. Before concluding the session, I would like to brief out about the session. For this session, we have received 78 research articles from 142 participants. In the list of participants, we can find participants from different parts of the country like Gwalior, Kerala, Chennai, Coimbatore, Tirunelveli, Salem, Thoothukudi, and so on. And I take this opportunity to thank our resourceful person who enriched us with his experience and knowledge. Thank you, sir. I thank all the participants, staff members, students, and all who made this session lively one. Thank you all.
Can I leave, sir? I will join in the validatory session if time
Yes, sir.
permits. I will come back if time permits.
Okay, sir.
I will come
Thank
back.
you very much, sir.
Okay.
Sir, and Dr. Khalilur Rahman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Really, we enjoyed your session, sir.
Okay.
Information flow, like what I have to say. We are very much delighted with your lecture, sir. We are very happy to have such an eminent personality as a resource person today. On behalf of the department, on my own behalf, I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Wish you all the very happy Pongal, which is a very traditional festival in our state. Very happy Pongal, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Participant, valedictory function will begin at 3:45 p.m. Kindly wait.
3:45.
எப்போ
இவரே போயிட்டாரா? பாய் அக்பர் பாய்.
Sir, shall we start the meeting?
Hello.
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 Am I
Am I audible, sir? Sir, Ingipatti Srinivasarao, sir.
Yeah.
We are audible.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, shall we begin the program?
Yeah.
Good evening,
Sure.
sir. How are you, sir?
Fine, sir. Fine, sir.
Sir, shall we begin the program?
Good. Going on very nicely.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Nicely, sir. I congratulate
Very fine,
you,
sir.
really. Organizing very
Okay,
nice.
thank you. Let us begin the program, sir.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Unmute பண்ணி.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. A very good evening to one and all gathered here. On behalf of the PG and Research Department of Commerce, on my own behalf, I welcome you all. The conference are organized to discuss the particular topic, and participants will gain new knowledge and skill. It is a tool to learn a lot of information from the international conference on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy. The participants certainly had learned some new information. And a spacious is required for every special occasion. So let us all praise the Almighty. Now I invite Muhammad Zamiruddin of 2nd MCOM to recite a few verses from Holy Quran.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Zamir. Now, I invite Dr. M. Marimuthu sir, Assistant Professor of Commerce, to welcome the gathering.
I begin in the name of God Almighty, most beneficent and most merciful. A very pleasant good evening, one and all gathered here to this valedictory function of this international seminar. Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, Revered Treasurer, esteemed Assistant Secretary, and most respected Dr. K.N. Abdul Kader Nihal, Member, College Management Committee, beloved Principal, esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. Kangipati Srinivasa Rao, respected Vice Principal and Additional Vice Principal, respected HOD of Commerce, Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, beloved K.N. Mohammed Fazil, Director, Hostel Administration, respected Ms. J. Hajira Fatima, Director, Women Hostel, Seminar Organizing Secretaries, Dr. K. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Y. Mojin Shah, learned colleagues, paper presenters, PhD and MPhil research scholars, both full-time and part-time, participants, my dear student friends, I welcome you all for this valedictory function of International Seminar on Service Sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy. First of all, I welcome our Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, who is the role model of humanity and simplicity. I welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome most revered Treasurer, who is the role model of simplicity. He is a well-wisher of our department and encourages all the activities of our department. I welcome you, sir. I am very happy to welcome Dr. Abdus Samal, Assistant Secretary, and Dr. K.N. Abdul Kader Nihal, Member, College Management Committee, for their constant support in conducting this seminar. I welcome you, sirs. Next, I welcome our beloved principal, Dr. S. Ismail Muhyiddin. He is the real source of inspiration, constant encourager, and well-wisher to all the staff members of our department. I welcome you, sir. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming the chief guest for today's valedictory function, Dr. Kangipati Srinivasa Rao, working as Associate Professor in the Department of Commerce in a premier institute of Vivek Vardhani College of Arts, Commerce, Science and Postgraduate Studies, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Our chief guest obtained a PhD degree in Commerce from HNB Karal University, Chandra University, Srinagar, Uttarakhand in the year 2008. He has 25 years of outstanding teaching and research experience. He has published 70 research papers in various national, international, peer-reviewed high-impact factor journals like Scopus and UGC CAR-listed journals. He delivered many keynote addresses, performed as chairman in technical session, acted as resource person, and acted as chief guest in national and international conferences. He wrote 4 textbooks. Under his guidance, 3 scholars were received PhD degrees. He has submitted 2 research projects, minor and major project, to the University Grant Commission, New Delhi. He received 4 Best Teacher Awards for his excellence in academic record, which includes Telangana State Government Best Teacher Awardee in 2016. He is a trained program officer in National Service Scheme and conducted many programs in slums. Our chief guest is a member of editorial boards for 25 national and international journals from various countries. Recently, during the pandemic lockdown situation, delivered several speeches as a resource person in many webinars on skill development, mentoring, counseling, online education, and national education policy 2020. Our chief guest is an inspecting authority, Ministry of Minority Affairs for 2 years to inspect vocational institutions and skill development. He visited several countries such as Malaysia, Thailand, Bangkok. I take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest and also thank him for his readily accepting our invitation. I welcome you, sir. I am very happy to welcome our vice principal and additional vice principal of this reputed institution for their moral support for conducting and organizing this seminar. It's my pleasure to welcome our HOD of Commerce, Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, who is a real source of inspiration, guiding force, and providing continuous support in conducting this seminar successfully. My hearty welcome to our beloved Dr. K.N. Mohammed Fazil, Director, Hostel Administration, and respected Ms. J. Hajira Fatima, Director, Women Hostel, for the moral and constant support in conducting this seminar. My hearty welcome to our organizing secretaries of this seminar, Dr. K. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Y. Moidin Shah, for their outstanding effort in publishing the papers in UGC CARE listed Group 1 journals, and they spent their entire time for the past 1 month toward the success of this international seminar. My special welcome to our faculty members of commerce, both aided and unaided from our institution, and learned faculties from other colleges in and around India for their active participation in this international virtual seminar. I take this opportunity to welcome the PhD and MPhil research scholars, both full-time and part-time, paper presenters, and participants from all over the country. Our PG and UG students have come to this international seminar. Once again, I welcome you all to this valedictory function. Thank you very much.
Sir? Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. M. Sirajuddin, Assistant Professor of Commerce, to present the report of the international conference.
In the name of Allah, I begin. The PG and Research Department of Commerce of Jamal Muhammad College organized international seminar, virtual mode on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy on 13th January 2021 in the gracious presence of Dr. A.K. Kitanuddin, Secretary and Correspondent, M.J. Jamal Muhammad, Treasurer, Dr. K. Abdul Samad, Assistant Secretary, Dr. K. N. Abdul Qadir Nihal, Member and Honorary Director, Dr. S. Ismail Moideen, Principal, Dr. A. Muhammad Ibrahim, Vice Principal, Dr. M. Muhammad Shihabuddin, Additional Vice Principal, Dr. K. N. Muhammad Fazil, Director, Hostel Administration, J. Hajira Fatima, Director, Women Hostel. Dr. A. Khalil Rahman, HOD of Commerce, welcome the gathering. Dr. S. Ismail Mohideen, Principal, presided over the inaugural function. Distinguished Chief Guest, Dr. Mohideen Abdul Qadir, Chartered Accountant, Singapore, delivered inaugural address. The first copy of the UGC Care Listed Journal of the seminar was released by the Honorable Secretary and Correspondent of our College Management Committee, and the same was received by our respected Treasurer and Assistant Secretary. Dr. K. Vijay Kumar, Assistant Professor of Commerce and Organizing Secretary, proposed vote of thanks for inaugural session. 431 participants were attended on a virtual mode from the different parts of the country. 275 research articles were received. From that, 218 research articles were identified by the Scrutiny Committee of the department and published in the UGC Care Listed Group 1 journal. Research papers were also presented in 3 technical sessions chaired by eminent personalities like Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Professor, Department of Cooperatives, College of Business Economics, Olo University, Dessie, Ethiopia. Professor Pradipta Banerjee, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, Sidho Kanho Birsa University, Purulia, West Bengal. Dr. A. Ravichandran, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Satyavadi College, University of Delhi, New Delhi. The valedictory address will be given by Dr. Kankati Srinivasa Rao, Associate Professor of Commerce, Vivek Vardhani College of PG Studies, Osmania University, Jambag, Hyderabad. Finally, vote of thanks is to be proposed by Dr. Y. Moideen Shah, Assistant of Commerce and Organizing Secretary. Once again, I thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao, Associate Professor of Commerce, Vivek Vardhani College of PG Studies, Osmania University, Hyderabad, to deliver valedictory address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good evening to all of you. And it's really a privilege for me to be associated with this evening with all eminent professors, academia, and the participants for different places from all over the world, not only from India and all over the world, and the research scholars and all faculty members. I really congratulate all of you. Since morning, threadbare discussions taking place. Before going into the details, I thank the esteemed management of JMC and the secretary correspondent Ajay Uddin Saab, and head of the department our Khalil Rahman Saab, and our organizing secretary Dr. Vijay Kumar, and the assistant secretaries in the management, and the president of the JMC of the society. I am very much thankful for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the topic service sector. In fact, the service sector chosen as a topic for the webinar is a wonderful idea, in fact, because we're all facing nowadays the pandemic situations. Of course, there is a gradual reduction, the percentage of the pandemic situations and all that, but even then, fortunately, we're all going to experience the vaccines also in our country. 2 vaccines have already permitted and going to be given the vaccination to the front warriors and the COVID health workers and all that in the first phase of from 16th of this month. So of course there are certain, all of you, certain problems whenever arises. Usually we learn certain lessons out of it. So economy is also not a bar of it. And in the economy, when you talk about, of course, it's not concerned to the Indian economy. For that matter, the entire world has faced a large crisis as far as the economy is concerned. And India is also one among them. And fortunately, we are far better when you compare with the other countries, world countries, because the only reason I believe, to my knowledge, is that our country is the main occupation of our country is agriculture. Because of that, we are sustaining. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult. So anyhow, the situations that we are facing today, and slowly we are coming up, we'll recoup from the situations. And again, the economy gradually is taking its shape and to dominate or to become the fastest growing economies in the world, and 5 trillion economy as we are expecting. Honorable Prime Minister, his dream, definitely that will going to be taken place and taken shape of it, and there's no doubt about it. And we're all here to as a faculty, as an industrialist, as a service sector person, or an agriculture farmer, whoever is engaging in all sectors, domains, different domains of the sectors, will have to work hard in this present situation, so that definitely we all will come up out of it. So the point is, as I mentioned, this topic that chosen by the organizers of this great Jamal Muhammad College is a well-reputed college. I heard whenever I participate in many seminars in North India and even South India. And your college is really a well-reputed college. And I heard many times about your college. It's a really great, and the management, I appreciate, especially the management and the faculty who are working together and successfully conducting the seminars or webinars like this. And not only the webinars and seminars, and the academic activities also are conducting very excellently, coordinating and conducting. I have seen since morning, they conducted all the sessions very excellently. So many resource persons also participated. Karthikeyan ji, Professor Karthikeyan, and Pratipta Banerjee, who is my best friend, and Abdul Khader ji from Singapore, they talked very nicely. And Ravichandran ji in the afternoon session given excellent inputs. I really congratulate all the people, whoever participated, people in this great seminar. And I really appreciate and congratulate the head of the department of this college, and also Dr. Vijay Kumar, who is instrumental for requesting me to join in this webinar and all that. I said, yes, okay, I join. So these are all, the things that are happening, and the threadbare discussions that are took place since morning is really excellent. I really congratulate all of you. And another important point is when you talk about the today's topic, the service sector. Whenever you talk about service sector, to my mind, service sector is a bridge. You cannot imagine nowadays the service sector without service sector, whether it is an agriculture sector, an industrial sector. Cannot imagine those sectors without service sector. So service sector is playing very dominant role today in Indian economy. And service sector, it is bridging, the service sector is almost bridging the gap, bridging the other sectors also, in the sense, supporting. The service sector is support. Without the help of service sector, all of you might be knowing that without the support of the service sector, it is not possible the functioning of the agriculture activities and the industrial activities, industrial production, all that. Like that, the service sector has taken place today, are associated with the agriculture and industrial sector very deeply. And we cannot imagine without service sector, as I told you, mentioned today, just now, the agriculture and industrial sector, I think it may not be existed also, because like that it has been associated. When you just look into it, prior 1990s, so there was less focus on service sector. In those days, industrial sector, agriculture sector used to carry on the services also, along with their production, whether it is agriculture sector or industrial sector, the manufacturing, used to carry the services also along with them, in addition to their manufacturing. If it is a manufacturing sector, if it is an agriculture sector, agriculture, along with the agriculture production, the services also will be carrying along with them. But later what happened after 1990s onwards, since morning we have been listening many lectures from different resource persons. It is true. So because since 1990 onwards, because of liberalization, privatization, globalization, what happens, the liberalization policies are liberalized, trade, commerce, and the international trade and the foreign exchange, foreign bilateral issues also with regard to trade and all that liberalized. So that is the reason what is happening is today the service sector has got its own prominence, and it is taking a different turn. And today it is the service sector that it is contributing a huge amount of our resource person, one of our resource person expressed in the morning, the second largest sector, second largest contributor to the Indian economy in GDP. So it's true. So because you can understand then the service sector is contributing a lot. So that is why service sector services, you can take the service, you can take the services, you can just imagine in the industry sector, you can imagine in the agriculture sector, you can imagine in any other domains. Without service sector, the growth and development cannot take place. And when you see into this, that is why I told you, I have mentioned it is a bridge. It is a coordinator. Service sector is a coordinator between the agriculture sector and the industrial sector. And you have, when you come to the areas of the services, the domains of sectors under the service sector, business services, all of us know about business services. Social services, all of us know, and personal services are also know. So basically, we can grade the service sector into these three category. And business services, when you talk about, you have the banking, insurance. In the morning, since morning we have been listening, banking, insurance, and the transportation, all these things, many other transportation, marketing facilities, all these things are taken into consideration in the coming under the business services. And the business services, without banking services, without the insurance services, it is not possible to conduct the business or any commercial activity or any economic activity is not possible, because today the banking sector is very important for supporting the entrepreneurs for their capital and all that. All the time an entrepreneur cannot introduce from his own pocket. Sometimes he has to take the financial assistance from various banks and financial institutions. So, but only one thing is today what's happening. The MSMEs in India are facing a lot of problem. In the sense, MSMEs are not getting loans on time. The manufacturing time is a particular manufacturing time will be there. By that time, they're unable to get the loans, working capital, especially they are suffering with the working capital, lack of working capital and all that. So if the working capital, if they receive on time, then definitely they will produce the production and they will take to the market and they can sell in the market in the right time so that they can maximize their profits and all that. They can expect the profits and all that. Otherwise, if the working capital, if they don't receive from the banks and financial institutions on time, then what happens after, once they receive after the season or after the demand, if they receive, what happened, they cannot sell in the market at a reasonable price, then ultimately MSMEs will be in trouble. So that is why there is a need to coordinate between the banking financial services and between the financial services and MSMEs. So the banking institutions should give on time the loans and all that, so that at the time of, it's only an adjustment to the MSMEs for making the working capital adjustments. For that, the banks or financial institutions are given on time, so that it will be great help for them, and the production also will come out on time, and they can sell in the market at a reasonable price and all that, so that they can get the the profits and all that. So that is one area. And you have the other, the insurance is also, all of you know, insurance is nothing but a support. These are all support systems. Service sector is nothing but a support system to the agriculture sector, to the industrial sector. Unless some support is there, the protection in the sense. Support in the sense of sort of, the protection is very important nowadays. Otherwise either it is service sector, either it is industrial sector, or the farming or non-farming, it will be under trouble. So that is why insurance in this case, giving a lot of protection to the industrial sector and the farming community. So because of the warehousing and all that, if the demand is not on time, so that what happens, so for the time being, they will keep all their produce in their warehouses, and then whenever the demand comes, they will release and sell it, and they will get at least minimum support price and all that, so that they will survive. So these are all the things that are happening with the help of service sector only. These all will come, warehousing and all that. Insurance is a protection. Sometimes we cannot say the agriculture is not seasons are now. We cannot expect the seasons when nowadays, because of global warming and all that, seasons are not coming on time. So that is why what happens sometimes of floods, and recently Chennai, Tamil Nadu also facing a lot of problem with the flood and all that. So these are all things, unforeseeable conditions. Whenever it happens, then ultimately the farming society, farming community has to suffer a lot. So that is why when there is demand is one important aspect, and the other aspects also very important. In the work of the farming community, they are facing on-time loans and all that. Whatever agriculture loans they require, they have to provide. They have to get it from the banking sector. That is one thing, because the banking also one of the important area that supporting the agriculture sector. And insurance is also support sector. If at all nowadays crop insurance is there. All of us know. And if any such unforeseeable situations taking place, definitely if any floods or if anything is happened, then definitely they can claim the amount from the insurance companies. For that matter, insurance companies are also supporting us. So these are all services. What I mean to say is, trying to tell you is that these support system, unless these support system, it is very difficult to functioning whether it is agriculture sector or industrial sector. Both are very, very important. For example, transportation, if you take either for agriculture sector or for the industrial sector, transportation is very, very important. A channel of distribution, because ours is a huge country from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. The goods, say for example, available or producing it at Jammu Kashmir, and it has to reach to the ultimate consumer. So how without distribution of proper distribution channel, it is difficult. So that is why the service sector is bridging the businessman and the end user. That is what I would like to tell. So businessman and the end user, because of the service sector today, the end user is happily receiving, happily experiencing the production either from the agriculture production or industrial production, and even the other services that are available through service sector, they are experiencing it. So that is why it is the service sector is nowadays is a bridge or supplying the commodity from the industrialist or from the manufacturer or from the farming community to the end user. So between the businessman and the end user, the service sector is there in middle, which is supporting a lot to the either it is a farming community or industrial or manufacturing, whatever it is. Because of this service sector, the people are happy and people are the require whatever required goods they have, their domestic requirements, all those things, they are in a position to get it. So that is one thing, one area. And you have another important point is that service sector increasing because of urbanization. Nowadays, the urbanization is increasing. When of course, it's not an urbanization nowadays. You can see in the rural areas also, the service sector is booming a lot because of the pandemic. Sometimes, you know, as I mentioned a few minutes back, the pandemic situations, we have to, we learned many, you know, the lessons. So even the rural areas also, people are ordering the food items and all that, and they are getting it through e-commerce, online services, through online services. For example, if the food item, Zomato, Swiggy, all these things are working very effectively. And even the other Flipkart and all that, we are just placing an order and we are getting within 1 or 2 days, we are getting the required products and all that. So these are all e-commerce services. Today we have been seeing it, and you know, the internet also very effectively. We are all the younger generations are using it. So the point is here, the government of India also taking a lot of care, and the education system, education also will come under service sector, education, health and all that. So education, when you talk about under service sector, recently Honorable Prime Minister brought the national new educational policy 2020. So under the new educational policy has given a lot of importance to the vocational education. So the vocational education is nothing but a professional, you know, the skills and, you know, the professional self-employment oriented courses are to be developed under the vocational system. Earlier we have the traditional, nowadays we have the traditional education and vocational education in two directions. Nowadays what happened during this, because of this national education policy, new educational policy, what happened, the traditional and vocational both clubbed together. Because of that, why the reason behind is that because the service sector has to improve. So service sector can only improve with the help of, you know, the vocational. In the vocational system, you can find many services are included in the vocational sector. So for example, plumbing and, you know, electrification and, you know, other so many services are included in the vocational education. So that is why Government of India has recognized it and constituted committee, and the report have come, and it is implemented most probably by 2021. From this year onwards, of course, the implementation has already been started. And the vocational education giving the priority to the professional courses and innovations, and skills and innovations are very, very important. The education that we have today, unfortunately, there is a gap between, you know, the employability and education. Unfortunately, so that gap has to be minimized. If the gap is minimized, many people, our younger generations, will get employment opportunities and all that. So that only can that only will get by the younger generations if the gap is reduced or minimized to the possible extent. So how do we reduce it? The reduction is self-employed. See, the professional courses are to be trained to the younger generations, so that what happens, they can start their own, or otherwise they can get employed some other anywhere in the corporate sector and the government sector, or on their own. So once they complete the degree, they can come out. They come out of the education institution or from the university, they can get employed themselves, and it will be useful for them. They can stand on their own, and as a self-employed, he can stand on his own, and he can earnings will start, and that will help the earnings of the personal his incomes will be increased. Per capita income will increase, and the per capita income, all of you know, that leads to the national income development, and it leads to the so-called GDP and all that, the growth we can experience in the GDP. So that is why these are all, that is why vocational institutions and the vocational courses has given a lot of priority under education. So the education, what I mentioned just now, a few seconds back, the priority should be given to the professional courses. It's not that nowadays what's happening, many engineering graduates are coming out, and many, even engineering graduates also having, they are engaging in different employment, employability. They don't have employable situations because the skills are lacking. So skills are very important. Skills, knowledge is important. And once the knowledge, acquiring enough knowledge is very important. From knowledge, people will get the practice, and the practice makes him to the creativity thinking, and creativity thinking takes him to the innovative thinking. And then fine morning, because we are lack of innovations, we are in India is facing lack of innovations and all that. So the innovations are very, very important. Innovations will not come in the overnight. So it all depends upon the creative thinking and critical thinking. So the creative thinking, critical thinking, artificial intelligence we are talking about, machine learning we are talking about today, and all these things, when it will come, means you have to design the curriculum in such a manner that what is the society requirement, market requirement. On the basis of market requirement, the curriculum has to be designed. Then what happens? The people, whoever pursue their degrees after completion, immediately they will be placed, or otherwise they can stand on their own. It's not a problem at all. That is one area. And you have some weaknesses also today in the service. You just check it into the telecom and infrastructure also will come into service sector. The telecom sector and the service, the infrastructure and the telecom sector today, when you compare, it is more costlier. In India, it is more costly when you compare with the US. So that is one has to be reconsidered, and what are the steps to be taken for minimizing the cost of the telecommunication infrastructure, and how to provide more infrastructure with a lesser cost, and all, how to provide services and telecommunication to all the public in the society. That's most important. That has to be seen. And our strength as far as the service sector is concerned, our strength is we have our people, our younger generation, as on now, are working in many world countries, US, Japan, France. You can take any name, any country, everywhere. Our Indians are there. Our Indians are there, they're working. So that in the sense, what you can understand is the skills are there. Indians have the abundant skills, and here the opportunity, because here they are thinking that here the opportunities are very less. That is why they are migrating to other countries and all that. So it does not mean that they don't have the skills. And skills further to be promoted when you are in the software side or in any other service sector. The skills are important, as I mentioned just now. Skills are to be promoted. When the skills are promoted, automatically earnings is not a problem. It will come as a flow, or in the as a stream it will come, and people will be engaged. So the only thing is the acquiring of the skills are very important, and innovations automatically over a period of time, as I mentioned, will take place. That is one thing. And you have the when you talk about the threats, the competitions, naturally when you are in the globalization, levelization, privatization policy after 1991 onwards, definitely competition will be there. We have to welcome the difficulties. We can't do anything with, nothing is there in our hands. Only thing is we have to take lessons. Whatever is happening from that, we have to take the lessons. Say for example, there is a competition from other countries in the globalization. Say for example, China is a manufacturing hub, and from there naturally the competition will be there, and we need to upgrade our technology, and technology is to be added to the service sector. This is very important. Of course, we are using it, and in a maximum possible extent, in further, you have to update the technology adoption in the service sector, so that what happens, people will be engaged in more in number, so that it will be advantage. Earnings will be increased. That is one thing. And China, not only China, Philippines, the Philippines and South Africa, these are all the countries we can face some sort of the competitiveness from these countries and all that. And in future, definitely, that is why Government of India is proposed announced the Make in India, all these programs. So it is nothing but incubation centers, or whatever ideas that you have, the younger generations, they have to put it in practice. So for the implementing situation, for implementing, the incubation centers are established. So they can share their ideas and they can get the financial assistance from various, as I mentioned, from various financial institutions, and then they can come up with their ideas and they can implement it, and they can gain knowledge, and earnings also automatically will come. So these are all, the employability. When you talk about employability is also is a very important aspect on the service sector. Because of the service sector, nowadays the employability is a huge employment is generating. Of course, nowadays for the last 10 months, we have been seeing some decrease in the employment opportunities and all, but over a period of time, definitely gradually it is increasing, and definitely over a period of time, employment opportunities also will improve, because the service sector is a huge sector which is providing a lot of employment opportunities to the younger generations. So younger generation here, we are all talking about today Young India and all that. So Young India, to my mind, Young India without skills is of no use. So that is why skills are important. That's what I mentioned. Skills are important. Skills also comes under, the service, under service sector only. So people, younger generations have to improve their skills, and those skills definitely will help them in enriching their for their greater and greater earnings and all that. So that is why younger generations have to think about the enhancement of their skills and all that. So that is one area. Employment is not a problem at all. It is underemployment, poverty, all these things can be handled. It's not that we cannot handle it. It can be handled. Of course, sometimes the situations will come like this, like pandemic and all that. These are all only a certain period of time. A bad period will be there. Usually, it is not for India. It is overall. The world is facing these situations nowadays. So how best we can come out as early as possible, that is the very important aspect that we have to need to be considered. And you have when you check the statistics, some of the statistics, if you see, say for example, under service statistics, what statistics are speaking is that the gross value added in the morning session, some of our resource persons rightly stated that 55% to 55.39 in the financial year 2020 current prices in the service sector, gross value added. It was mentioned in the service sector 55.39 and all that percentage. And you have the gross value added in service sector, gross value added at a CAGR, compound annual growth rate, when you see in the year financial year 2016, and in the financial year 2020, if you observe a comparison, if you take in the year 2016, US dollars 1,005 billions it is recorded, and in the year financial year last year, that is 2020, it is 1,064 US dollars. Of course, even though there is a pandemic, but even then there is a slight improvement, increase is there in the CAGR and compound annual growth rate and all that when you check it. And not only that, attracted significant foreign investment. The very important point is in nowadays we are looking for the FDIs in service sector. It's very, very important area. So already we are getting the FDIs in service under the service sector, and Japan also, even in this pandemic situations, Japan also committed to provide 35 billion US dollars in Indian health sector to fight with the COVID-19 and all that. So there also like this, the developments are taking place. And in the health sector, when you see the US is expected by 2025, 10 billion US dollars we're expecting in the coming years by 2025. And similarly, you have service sector largest recipient of FDI, as I mentioned just now, 83.14 billion between April to June 2020. It is a pandemic situation, severe pandemic. Even then, 83.14 billion between this inflow has come between this period. Inflow was there. As per the statistics is as per the WTO statistics as on 30 December 2020, recent a few days back. So like that. And you have the software services also. Software services today is known for India, software services, because our software the human resources are taking by other countries, and they are taking the services from our from our professionals. So that is one important area we have to observe. There is skills, and all the skills are there, and innovations are there, even not only in software and in other sectors also. That is the reason people are attracting by the world countries and all. That is very important. What we should not forget. And large scale employment anyhow, large scale employment will take place, and all that is all taking place in the. And you have the Indian software service expecting by 2021, between 2021 2024, 6 to 8% the growth we are expecting. And all these things will happen by this time. Actually, we have experienced all these things because of these pandemic situations. Some delay may take place. As I told you, it is not for India. It is world countries are facing the situation. It's not for India only. It happened. You all know about it. But in due course of time, definitely, or a period of time, definitely all these developments will take place. And you have the another important point when you check the situations here. Impact services. When you check the impact of service sector on Indian economy, economic growth, the impact you can observe. GDP, national income, as I mentioned, you can observe. And economic, the stabilization also, the service sector can make it. And the employment generation, as I mentioned. And you have so many like that. Export promotions, earning more foreign exchange because of the foreign service sector, alarmingly increasing from since 1990 onwards. It is taking a prominent role and role in the economy, Indian economy, as the contribution in the GDP. And price control, stabilization, productivity enhancement, and also quality of economic services also. Quality of economic services are taking place under this. And these are all things. Not only this, and there are some more important points that I would like to place before you. Say, for example, the rethinking of the service sector is very, very important. How you cannot provide the services, traditional services. If you go and provide, sometimes what happens, it may be failed. So that is why you have to redefine the services. In the pandemic situations, it is an advantage for us to rethink about the services and the redesign of services and all that. Not only that, another important employee practices also we have to rethink and redesign. How we have to, because people are working from home, work from home, even in the education sector, software sector, people are sitting at home and working. So earlier this was not the situation. But slowly what happened, we are habituated to the online. As a faculty, we are habituated to the online teaching and all that. Some 10 months back, majority of the Indians faculty doesn't know about the online teaching, how to teach on online and all that. They don't know. So that means when situation comes, when situation demands, people will definitely get acquainted and they will definitely practice it effectively. And not only that, remote working in remote places also, people can work with the help of the technology that is available, technological services that are available. The only thing is networking is the problem. So the networking activities should be further developed even in the rural areas also. Then only it will be helpful further to the rural areas also. Fiber networking and all that in many villages are developments are taking place. So over a period of time, definitely the villages also will be connected. And we see when the entire globe has come as a village, then what is the situation as far as India is concerned? It is very easy to provide the economic, the networking activities to the Indian villages and all that. But it will take some, because it's expensive. And the situation sometimes all of a sudden will come like this. If it comes like this, then the installations and all that will take some time. But over a period of time, definitely that all will be done by the government and all that. So this is one important area. And you have another just 2-3 minutes. I will take the time. For example, you have the avenues also. You have placed a very good the title. And making new avenues and all that. When you talk about the avenues, you have health, medical, pharmaceuticals are there. These all also will come under services. Hyderabad, you take where I am living here. Hyderabad is medical hub. And so the already 2 vaccines have come, and another 4 vaccines are in loop line. It's also going to come very soon, and it will greatly help to Indian people. And we can also import. We can import from other countries also, but those vaccines will be suited for our people or not, we don't, because environmental situations also to be taken into consideration when they give the vaccine and all. So that is why the domestic vaccines are promoted and given priority to the domestic vaccines, and already 2 vaccines have come. So these are all, the health services also, very excellent health services are there in India. That is why from other countries also people are coming here and taking the treatments for their ailments and all that. So that is excellent infrastructure that we have today. And food production, food processing industries also, food processing units also have come in a big and huge manner. And the warehousing, as I mentioned, these are all things that are happening. And even in rural areas also, marketing facilities, warehousing and all that are initiating in the rural areas, so that the farmers will get benefit. That is one thing. And financial services, I mentioned in the beginning, financial services are required, very much important for whether it is agriculture sector or whether it is a industrial sector, for any sector, finance activity, financial services are very, very important. So that is why, as a whole, what I told you in the beginning itself, when I mentioned that the service sector is a bridge between the coordinator between the agriculture sector, functioning of agriculture. It is coordinating the agriculture sector, and it's coordinating the industrial sector. That is why agriculture sector or service sector, the farming, agriculture sector, industrial sector, you cannot think without the services of the without services from the service sector. So service sector is bridging the what I told in the beginning. It's a supplier from the businessman to the end user. So in that way, the service sector is today placing or doing its excellent role and all that. And disruptive technology. Morning also, some of the resource person explained, rightly stated that disruptive technologies and all that. Innovations alters, whenever innovations alter, we need to adapt to them. Technology has to be adapted. And e-commerce is I mentioned already in the beginning, e-commerce, how e-commerce services are taking place nowadays and all that. So these are all the things that are taking place in the service sector. And the service sector need to be further developed, and the service sector need to be touched with the update technology, so that more the service more the service activities we can take to the rural people, and they can also will get a benefit. So the service sector is very, very important in that sense. So and as for not only for Indian economy and in our daily life also, service sector, without service sector it is difficult to move forward and all these things. So this is the importance of the service sector, and many things we can talk because of the lack of time and all that. And time constraints are there, and because I can talk on this service sector some 2 to 3 hours without stop gap and other, but I have to restrict myself because of the time and all that. So that is one important area. And you have government initiatives also. There's just 1 or 2 minutes I will complete. 5,000 villages is going to convert by March 2021 through Hugs Communications India, selected by government in October 2020. It was selected by government in October 2020 and going to be converted, these 5,000 villages, by March 2021 through this Hugs Communications. Means villages are converting with networking and all that. So that will help to the ruralites, rural students and rural younger generations. It will be a great help for them. And not only that, in the next 5 years, the Minister of Electronics IT is working to increase the contribution of digital economy 20%. It is estimated, it is proposed that 20% minimum the GDP, in the GDP its contribution should be there. Like that they are planning it, and they're proposing, and works are on, and it is functioning towards it. And on Independence Day, Honorable Prime Minister announced that the National Digital Health Mission, NDHM, to provide a unique health ID to every Indian. So this is a great help. This is a unique ID will be more helpful to the Indian citizens. With this, they can they can avail, and their personal information also will be protected, and you can easily, the personal data can also be collected very easily to the government for implementing many welfare schemes and all that. So that is one important area. And last and final, Government of India launched the National Broadband Mission also. The laws will come under, the service sector broadband mission with to provide broadband access to all villages by 2022. So there are many initiatives are there from government side. Many initiatives are taking place, and over a period of time by 2025 or 2035, as I mentioned, the new educational policy, once it is implemented in a full strength, in a full swing, then definitely there are many changes are going to come, and our younger generations definitely will help and will get a full length of, the employability they will get. And once they get employability and the skills and innovations, once it takes place, and if they work towards it, definitely that will help India a lot. And the GDP growth and all that, because of the service sector, will further improve, and definitely that will help the India, and India will become a Vishwaguru in the days to come, in the years to come. I have no doubt about it, and we're all confident that all those things will happen in the due course of time. Thank you very much for the organizers. I'm sorry if I take more time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me, and thanks a lot for JMC, the management of the great college, and the esteemed management. All the management people are very excellent, very highly esteemed people. Thank you very much. Thanks HOD, and thank you very much Mr. Dr. Vijay Kumar, and our head of the department, respected Khalil, and all other members. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Over to organizers.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to get the feedback. Dr. N. Shaktivel. Now I invite Dr. N. Shaktivel to share his feedback.
Hello. Hello, are you able to hear me, Professors?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Good evening to all. Hello. Sir, are you able to hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for the technical issue. I am Dr. Shaktivel from Gobi Arts and Science College, sir. I feel very happy to submit my feedback on your international seminar, especially the topic. Selection of the topic is very emerging one. Service sector. The topic selected is need of the day. Then one more thing. Inaugural session, valedictory session, and all the three technical sessions were nicely organized by the organizing committee members. Nice arrangements. I feel very happy to thank all organizing members, organizing secretaries, HOD of the Commerce Department, and all faculty members of Commerce Department for their active involvement in organizing such a nice international seminar. Actually, if time permits, definitely I will quote some aspects of this feedback session, especially the selection of the topic is very nice. Then in the morning session, a resource person has quoted many important aspects of service sector in India. Everything is nice. Due to time constraint, once again, I feel very happy to thank all organizing committee members and the HOD of Commerce Department for having given me an opportunity to take part in this seminar and an opportunity to give my feedback. Thank you all. Wish you happy Pongal to all of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Now
you.
I call Mr. Baiju to share his feedback.
Hello? Hello? I hope you are all audible to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Most respected teachers and other dignitaries, good evening, and all others. Good evening, all. Very nice. It was very nice national seminar that conducted by Jamal Muhammad College. Because of this COVID pandemic situation also, Jamal Muhammad College organized a well organized seminar. Very thankful to all the faculty members behind this effort, and congratulations all of the team, Jamal Muhammad team. Thank you all. And also they providing valuable information session also. Last two session very informative. Thank you all once again, and very good seminar that they conducted. Thank you all. Thank you once again. Okay, thank you. Hello, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to distribute these certificates. Now I request our Honorable HOD of Commerce, Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman, to distribute these certificates.
In the presence of our chief guest. In the virtual presence of our chief guest, we are going to distribute the certificate. அது ஓகேவா இல்ல க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடவா? Dr. Abibur Rahman. Dr. G. Hadi Mohammed.
Dr. S. Bashir Ahmed. Dr. Y. Mohiddin Shah.
முடிச்சிடலாங்க சார். சித்தி கொடு பார்த்து படிக்க. யான்னு சொல்ற பேர்? டாக்டர் ரிஸ்வான் அஹ்மத். Dr. Y. Rashid Khan, Dr. N. Muhammad Siddiq, Dr. M.H. Bhavusha, ஏதோ கூட மாத்திக்கலாம் விடு அத கூட ஷாகிர் Dr. Shahid, Dr. P. Ganesh, from the self-finance women section, Nilofer, Minhaj Rahman, Sabrin, Hajara Beham, Dilshad Nisha, Ramiza, Dr. M. Marimuth, Dr. K. Vijay Kumar, thank you, sirs. I invite Dr. Y. Moidin Shah, Assistant Professor of Commerce and Organizing Secretary, to deliver the vote of thanks. Hello.
All praise to be God Almighty. In the name of the God Almighty, I begin. I am very happy to delighted to propose the vote of thanks. I express our deep sense of pride to thank our Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, Dr. A.K. Kaza Nazumuddin Sir, esteemed Treasurer Haji M.J. Jamal Muhammad, most respected Assistant Secretary, Dr. K. Abdul Samad, and respected member and honorary director, Dr. K. N. Abdul Kader Nihal, and beloved principal, beloved additional vice principal, of their support and encouragement extend them by a successful organizing on the one-day virtual international seminar on service sector in India, making new avenues in Indian economy. We are grateful to record our sincere thanks, Dr. K.N. Mohammed Fazil, Director, Hostel, for their immense support to smooth conduct of the seminar. And I record my sincere thanks to Ms. Hajira Fatima, Hostel Director, Women Hostel Director, of their support to smooth conduct of the seminar. I thank Dr. A. Muhammad Ibrahim, Vice Principal, and Dr. Muhammad Sigabuddin, Additional Vice Principal, for their encouragement. I thank Dr. Muhyiddin Abdul Kader, Chartered Accountant, Singapore, for his thought-provoking inaugural and keynote address. I am grateful and happy to record appreciation to all the subject and field experts who acted as the resource person in the seminar, sharing their valuable knowledge and expertise. In this respect, I submit our sincere thanks to Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Professor, Department of Cooperatives, College of Business and Economics, Polo University, Ethiopia, Professor Pradeep Banerjee, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, Hiddo Kengo University, West Bengal, and Dr. A. Ravichandran, Associate Professor of Commerce, Satyavati College, University of Delhi. I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to our Head of the Department of Commerce, Dr. A. Khalilur Rahman sir, who is the real motivator and the inspiration of all of us. I express my sincere thanks to our former Head of the Department, President HOD of Self-Finance, Dr. E. Mubarak Ali sir. I record my sincere thanks and gratitude, Dr. Kankipati Srinivasa Rao, Associate Professor of Commerce, Vivek Vedani College, PG Studies, Jambak, Hyderabad, for his inspiring valedictory address. I acknowledge our gratitude to all the faculty members of PG and Research Department of Commerce, Dr. Marimuthu sir, Dr. Surajuddin, Dr. Habibur Rahman sir, Dr. Hadi Muhammad, Dr. Bashir Ahmad, Dr. Rizwan, Dr. Rashid Khan, Dr. Muhammad Siddiq, Dr. Badusa, Dr. Sahid Ahmad, and Dr. Ganesh Sakubur Ali, and our office attender Sheikh Mohiddin, of the office staff members and the team who provide the technical support in the valuable contribution in organizing the virtual international seminar successfully. I thank Dr. Vijay Kumar, one of the organizing secretaries, who worked night and day for the success of the seminar and took much pain in bringing out the UGC care listed Group 1 journal and seminar on time. I also thank the PhD and research scholars and students of Commerce Department for their active participation and involvement. I submit our sincere thanks and gratitude to all seminar participants from various colleges and also the publishers for their fullest cooperation and support. Once again, I thank you one and all. Thank you.
I thank all the participants for your active participation. A feedback link sent to the chat. Yeah. Feedback link sent to the chat box. All are requested to kindly send the feedback. Thank you.
very much.